Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 40-30. Wei Binghai was well aware of the difference in strength between the two sides. Even Su Wuji had been heavily injured by the heart-freezing bone. If they continued to fight, they would only suffer more casualties. Since this kid called Kong Shinmu was willing to charge forward, he would let him stall the heart-freezing bone. Wei Binghai could take advantage of this opportunity to save Su Wuji. At the same time, the heart-freezing bone would definitely be able to kill off Kong Shinmu. This was exactly what Wei Binghai was thinking. He had forgotten the original reason he had come to the Dragon Ice Canyon this time. He only thought that he could use this opportunity to get rid of Kong Shinmu. This was already a pretty good result. Who told this kid to win over Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue's favor? He did what he thought. Without any hesitation, Wei Binghai, who had transformed into a frigid ice dragon, turned around and flew towards where Su Wuji was. He had originally been fighting the heart-freezing bone, but in the blink of an eye, he had actually slipped away. This scene fell directly into the eyes of the three girls at the side. Whether it was Shi Yueying, Jiang Liuxue, or Yu Ruxin, the three girls were all shocked by Wei Binghai's actions. However, they understood Wei Binghai's thoughts after some thought. They knew that he wanted to sacrifice Kong Shinmu in order to save Su Wuji. Hurry up and leave. What are you waiting for? We're no match for the heart-freezing bone. After flying for a moment, Wei Binghai turned around and shouted at the three girls. Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying both looked at him with disdain. They obviously would not abandon Kong Shinmu and flee. In any case, they knew that in the current situation, the two of them working together with Kong Shinmu was enough to kill the heart-freezing bone. The heart-freezing bone was equivalent to the second layer of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In other words, its strength was not much different from Jiang Rong's. Previously, when Kong Shinmu teamed up with the two women, they had even killed Jiang Rong, let alone Han Xian and Guya. Moreover, the current Kong Shinmu was much stronger than before. There was another point, and that was the heart-disintegrating bone's power was of the ice attribute. To Kong Shinmu, he naturally had a strong resistance against it. This was because he had devoured Shi Yueying's 5 extremes mysterious ice energy, and had devoured quite a lot of it. Combining all the conditions, the two women were absolutely sure that this heart-chilling bone fang was not Kong Shinmu's opponent. Unfortunately, Wei Binghai didn't know this. Yu Ruxin did not know about this either. When Yu Ruxin saw Wei Binghai turn around and flee, and when he turned around and shouted, her heart trembled. She glanced in the direction that Kong Shinmu had run off in, and she seemed rather embarrassed. However, when she thought about how her man, Su Wuji, was already heavily injured, if she stayed behind, she did not think too much about it. She directly flew towards where Su Wuji had fallen and was heavily injured. She planned on saving Su Wuji first. If it were not for the fact that the circumstances did not allow it, she would not have sacrificed Kong Shinmu in exchange for her own life. However, in her heart, Su Wuji was more important than her own life, so she went down to save him without any hesitation. If she were also heavily injured by the heart-disintegrating bone here, her and Su Wuji's lives would probably be in danger. Run! Very soon, after rescuing Su Wuji's unconscious body from the ground of the Dragon Ice Canyon below, Yu Ruxin turned around and saw that Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had not fled. Instead, they had even gotten closer to the heart of the disheartened bone, as if they were both using various techniques in an attempt to attack it. This scene immediately gave Yu Ruxin a fright. She hurriedly turned around and called out to the two women. In her opinion, provoking the heart-chilling bone tooth was the same as courting death. She was afraid that the heart-chilling bone tooth would kill them in a single move. After all, they had been traveling together for such a long time. Yu Ruxin did not want to see the two women die just like that. However, something that surprised her very soon happened. The heart-disintegrating bone still wanted to pursue Wei Binghai, but in the end, it was blocked by the pitch-black dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into. Countless golden halberds descended from the sky, turning into streaks of sharp light. They were so sharp that they were like the most resplendent sunlight at noon. Under the illumination of the golden light, they actually shattered the heart-disintegrating bone's ice barrier. Afterwards, the pitch-black dragon latched onto the heart-disintegrating bone like a maggot attached to a bone, becoming completely entangled with the heart-disintegrating bone. Frigid aura spread out from Heart of Chill's body in all directions. He continuously shot out frosty arrows and icy-cold spikes. However, none of them could penetrate the purple magic crystal on the surface of the black dragon that Jiang Shenwu had transformed into. Yu Ruxin was shocked by this scene. Right now, the heart-disintegrating bone was actually completely entangled with Kang Shinmu. Forget about chasing after her and Wei Binghai, it could not even find the time to kill Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. With Kang Shinmu keeping them busy, the others were completely safe. This made Yu Ruxin feel rather conflicted. She thought that if she and Wei Binghai turned around to deal with the heart-disintegrating bone, they might be able to kill the heart-disintegrating bone. However, Wei Binghai had already fled a long time ago. She was the only one left, and she was carrying the heavily injured Su Wuji. There was nothing she could do to deal with the heart-disintegrating bone. In order to prevent the heart-disintegrating bone from coming after her after killing off Kang Shinmu, she gritted her teeth and did not hesitate too much. She turned around and continued to flee into the distance. After all, in her opinion, although Kang Shinmu had temporarily blocked the heart-disintegrating bone, he would definitely not be able to hold on for too long. Without anyone's help, he would definitely be killed by the heart-disintegrating bone very quickly. Even if he managed to block the heart-disintegrating bone, it would definitely only last for a short while. How could a martial cultivator at the 6th tier of the divine martial realm resist a demonic beast at the 2nd tier of the nirvana tribulation realm for a long time? Very soon, she disappeared from everyone's sight with Su Wuji's body. When Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue saw this, their faces were filled with disappointment. Since they had already fled, there was no longer any need for them to train anymore. This was because the mission of the Monster Hunters Association was in Wei Binghai's hands. Even if they managed to kill the heart-disintegrating bone, it would be impossible for them to turn around and meet up with Wei Binghai so that he could complete the mission and receive the reward. Even if they did not receive the reward, they did not want to have any further interaction with Wei Binghai. After Yu Ruxin left with Su Wuji, the two girls turned around as quickly as they could. Jiang Liuxue's mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon and Shi Yueying's Frost Divine Dragon attacked at almost the same time, each displaying their strongest dragon martial techniques and releasing them towards the heart-disintegrating bone that was being held back by Kang Shinmu. A terrifying innate talent descended from the sky and exploded in the Dragon Ice Canyon. Purple demonic crystals condensed all over Kang Shinmu's body. Combined with the halberd of heavenly saints, he continuously blocked the heart-disintegrating bone's attacks. Chapter 40-31. Wei Binghai and Yu Ruxin carried the heavily injured and unconscious Su Wuji out of the middle section of the Dragon Ice Canyon very quickly, returning to the front section. They had completely left the range of activity of the heart-disheartening bone. For a heavenly demon like the heart-disheartening bone, it was absolutely disdainful to come to the habitat of earth demons. That brat actually took the initiative to charge forward. He saved me some trouble. Wei Binghai, who had transformed into the Ice Divine Dragon, had a cold expression on his face. After leaving the range of the heart-freezing teeth, he could no longer observe the situation of the battle in the vicinity. However, he was sure that Kang Shinmu would definitely be killed by the heart-freezing teeth. It's just a pity for Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. When Wei Binghai thought of the two women, he felt that it was a pity. However, compared to his own life, these two women were nothing. In any case, they were not powerful existences. They were just a bit beautiful. However, what he did not know was that Shi Yueying possessed the 5 extreme mystic ice power. It was just that her divine dragon bloodline had yet to be fully awakened. As for Jiang Liuxue, the sky mysterious jade fire dragon, her future prospects were extremely promising. She was only slightly inferior to the red-horn demonic dragon blood essence that Jiang Zizai had obtained. It was just that she was born in the Jiang clan, so her cultivation resources could not keep up. If not, she would not be inferior to the current Wei Binghai, and might even be stronger than him. Yu Ruxin took Su Wuji with her and directly prepared to return to Dragon Ice City to find a way to heal. After suffering such a serious injury, even if Su Wuji survived this time, he would probably have to rest in bed for more than half a month. Moreover, it would definitely cost a lot to heal his current injuries. When she thought of this, Yu Ruxin felt rather resentful towards Wei Binghai. Why did he choose an opponent like Han Xian and Guya? If they had avoided the heart-chilling fangs and chosen another opponent, it was very likely that they would have already killed the first heavenly demon. In that case, Su Wuji wouldn't have been seriously injured and their demon hunter mission wouldn't have failed. From the looks of it, the demon hunting mission was likely going to fail. This was because they had to kill 3 ninth firmament sky demons within half a month. Now that Su Wuji was heavily injured, it was extremely difficult for them to hunt sky demons with their strength. Even in the past, the 3 of them needed to use all their strength to deal with ordinary 9th firmament sky demons. Now that they didn't have Su Wuji's help, it was almost impossible for them to kill a sky demon, unless they encountered a sky demon that was already heavily injured. However, this kind of luck was even more uncertain. Mission failure is mission failure. We just have to deduct some monster hunter points. We can earn it back later. Wei Binghai didn't care much about the monster hunter points. However, Yu Ruxin was different. She was not a young master of Dragon Ice City like Wei Binghai. Neither she nor Su Wuji had particularly impressive backgrounds, so they had to work hard to earn cultivation resources, or it would be very difficult for them to increase their cultivation. Even if Wei Binghai didn't have any demon hunter points, he could still use the family's cultivation resources to help him improve. However, without Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin's monster hunter points, it would be very difficult for them to obtain other cultivation resources to improve themselves. Moreover, just treating the heavily injured Su Wuji would cost them a lot of resources. The wealth they had accumulated over the past 2 or 3 months would be gone in a single go. Yu Ruxin blamed Wei Binghai a little for all of this. Unfortunately, even if she blamed Wei Binghai, it was impossible for Wei Binghai to provide them with any assistance. Instead, it was likely that he would scold them for being too weak and unable to defeat Vengeful Spirit. Perhaps, it's time to change companions, Yu Ruxin gritted her teeth as she thought to herself. If they were willing to come, there would be no need for them to take such a risk to hunt heavenly demons. While hunting earth demons would be slightly more complicated and the monster hunter points would be earned more slowly, there would not be too much danger to their lives. In the end, things ended up like this, which made her feel far too miserable. But fortunately, I managed to escape with Wuji, or else, when Yu Ruxin thought about how Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue were still near the Vengeful Spirit and had attacked it, she shook her head rather pitifully. She rejoiced that she was still alive. Although they had suffered great losses, anything was possible as long as she was alive. In her opinion, Shi Yueying, Jiang Liuxue, and that newcomer Kong Xinmu had definitely died to the Vengeful Spirit already. There was no possibility of anything unexpected happening. However, what she did not know was that the Vengeful Spirit's furious roars were constantly ringing out from the Vengeful Spirit's location in the middle of the Dragon Ice Canyon. Streaks of golden light and pitch-black shadow dragon fangs constantly erupted from the pitch-black dragon's body. Afterwards, the pitch-black innate ability of devouring constantly surged out and enveloped the Vengeful Spirit's entire body. It continuously devoured all the power within the Vengeful Spirit's body. Demon energy was endlessly replenished into Kong Xinmu's body, allowing him to recover from the injuries he had sustained from the vengeful spirit's desperate attacks earlier. Even if he was as heavily injured as Su Wuji, as long as he was given a demon core, he would be able to recover easily. He would be as lively as a tiger after 15 minutes. This was the terrifying aspect of the devouring ability. As long as he did not die, he could recover rapidly. Kang Shinmu's resistance to the power of ice was already extremely strong. After continuously devouring the vengeful spirit's ice demon energy, it became even more impossible for the power of ice to harm Kang Shinmu's life. The main reason was that the strength of the vengeful spirit wasn't too strong. Even Jiang Rong was able to fight against it. If the vengeful spirit was 2 levels stronger, then Kang Shinmu might have died here today. Because with that kind of power, he wouldn't even have time to recover before the vengeful spirit could completely kill him. In a situation where he would lose his life, it would be useless no matter how much he devoured. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the vengeful spirit had become extremely weak. Jiang Shenwu's entire body was shrouded in a golden light. Then, countless golden halberds descended from the sky, and finally, the heart of Chill's bony body was cleaved into 2 from the center. The gigantic heart of Chill fell heavily onto the ground of the Dragon Ice Canyon, emitting a loud rumbling sound. Several hundred-year-old ancient trees were flattened, and a cloud of dust was kicked up. The vengeful spirit was dead. Kang Shinmu didn't think too much about it. He descended and took out the vengeful spirit's demon core. At the same time, he took out a 6th-grade ice core. This 6th-grade ice core could be exchanged for many good items in Dragon Ice City. However, if he wanted to exchange for something useful to Kang Shinmu, a 6th-grade ice core was definitely not enough. He needed at least 10 of them to exchange for a 3rd-grade or 4th-grade dragon martial technique. It was too difficult to exchange for a 2nd-grade one. However, to Kang Shinmu, if he continued killing 9th firmament demons at this speed, it wasn't impossible for him to exchange for a 2nd-grade dragon martial technique. Now, apart from increasing my cultivation level, I also want to increase my combat strength. I can only start with the dragon martial technique. Chapter 4032. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue naturally did not have any objections to Kang Shinmu's decision. Although they had accompanied Kang Shinmu to search for Jiang Zizai, they were in no hurry to return now that their goal had been achieved. After all, they could train wherever they went. Hunting 9th firmament sky demon fey beasts with Kang Shinmu was equally rewarding for them. Furthermore, there were some natural treasures of good age in Dragon Ice Canyon. Although these natural treasures could not compare to the ones Kang Shinmu had consumed in the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, they were still very useful for them. In Dragon Ice Canyon, there weren't many 9th firmament sky demon fey beasts, but they weren't few either. The main reason was that the canyon was huge. As long as it wasn't an existence that could instantly kill a 9th firmament sky demon fey beast, it was impossible for the fey beasts in the canyon to go extinct. Therefore, Kang Shinmu led the 2 girls to hunt fey beasts without worry. 9th firmament sky demon fey beasts were much weaker than 8th firmament sky demon fey beasts. They were much stronger and had rich demonic powers. If not for Kang Shinmu constantly devouring the power of frost ice, he would not have been able to withstand their attacks. Even so, he still encountered danger many times. If not for him devouring the fey core of the defeated sky demon to recover from his injuries, he would have long died in Dragon Ice Canyon. Even so, he still chose to kill 9th firmament sky demon fey beasts. This was because only 9th firmament sky demon fey beasts had 6th-grade ice cores in their bodies. Even 8th firmament sky demon fey beasts only had 5th-grade ice cores in their bodies. The difference in value was 10 times. Therefore, although 8th firmament sky demons were much easier to deal with, to Kang Shinmu, it was still not as cost-effective as 9th firmament sky demons. Especially during the training, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue broke through to the 5th firmament divine martial realm. They became more adept at hunting fey beasts, and their efficiency increased. On average, they could kill a 9th firmament sky demon a day. During this period, Kong Shinmu and company encountered many dragon warrior teams that came to Dragon Ice Canyon to hunt fey beasts. However, they did not see Wei Binghai and company. They were not in a competitive relationship with the other dragon warriors, so there was no conflict. Just like that, a month quickly passed. Kong Shinmu, Shi Yueying, Jiang Liuxue, and the others brought a total of 29 6th-grade ice cores back to Dragon Ice City and went to the Demon Hunters Association to exchange for a few dragon martial techniques. It was too difficult for a divine martial artist to obtain a 6th-grade ice core. 10 6th-grade ice cores could be exchanged for a 3rd-grade dragon martial skill, which was extremely difficult for a divine martial artist, but for a Nirvana Tribulation dragon martial artist, what they pursued was a 2nd-grade dragon martial skill. Of course, for a Jiang clan dragon warrior like Jiang Rong, even if he had the strength, he would not be able to obtain a powerful dragon martial technique. This was because the Jiang clan did not have such resources. Even if a genius of the Jiang clan obtained a powerful dragon martial skill outside, he would not be able to pass it down to the Jiang clan. This was because the dragon martial skill obtained outside was only a memory imprint. It could only be cultivated by one person. To pass it down, the person who cultivated the dragon martial skill had to be able to cultivate it to the peak of the heaven rank. However, if one wanted to cultivate the dragon martial skill to the heaven rank, the difficulty was too great. Even if one reached the dragon rank, the power of the dragon martial skill would be different from before. If one wanted to reach the heaven rank, one would never be able to do it. Even a genius dragon warrior would need at least a few years to cultivate a dragon martial skill to the heaven rank. Moreover, it was a low-grade dragon martial skill. If it was a 2nd-grade or 3rd-grade dragon martial skill, a genius dragon warrior would need at least 10 years to cultivate it to the heaven rank, and that was under the condition that their luck was good. The Shadow Dragon Fang transformation is a 3rd-grade dragon martial skill that Sacred Dragon Shi Tao cultivated to the heaven rank. This is also a 3rd-grade dragon martial skill passed down in the Shi clan residence. It is considered one of the strongest dragon martial skills in the Shi clan residence. Kong Shinmu thought, now, we have 29 6th-grade ice cores. With just one more, we can exchange for 3 3rd-grade dragon martial skills. Now, I want a defensive dragon martial skill. As for the other two, I'll let Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue each choose one. A 3rd-grade dragon martial skill was not easy to obtain. Although Kong Shinmu wanted to choose a 2nd-grade dragon martial skill, he could not let Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue's hard work go to waste this month. To him, the 3rd-grade dragon martial skill was not the key. The key was to cultivate the dragon martial skill. A 3rd-grade dragon martial skill was much easier to cultivate than a 2nd-grade dragon martial skill. For Kong Shinmu, it would allow him to improve faster. Choosing a 3rd-grade dragon martial skill did not mean that there were no benefits. Bring these 29 6th-grade ice cores back to Dragon Ice City and hand them over to the Demon Hunter Association. Each of you can choose a 3rd-grade dragon martial skill. Kong Shinmu instructed Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. As for me, I have some matters to attend to and will leave first. I will return to Dragon Ice City in a week's time to look for you. Okay. Be careful. Jiang Liuxue solemnly said to Kong Shinmu. In this month, she had advanced by 1 level, reaching the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. She was only 1 level below Kong Shinmu. However, when facing ice-attributed demonic beasts, the difference in their battle prowess could be said to be like heaven and earth. Of course, if they were facing ordinary demonic beasts, the difference between them would not be so exaggerated. The main reason was that Kong Shinmu's resistance to ice-attributed power was too strong. Even if a demonic beast that was slightly above the sky demon level and equivalent to the Nirvana Tribulation realm attacked him, it would be very difficult for it to break through his defense. Shi Yueying was a little reluctant to see Kang Xinmu leave, but she also knew that Kang Xinmu definitely had his own matters to attend to, so he asked them to return first. Hence, she could only bid farewell to Kang Xinmu and return to Dragon Ice City with Jiang Liuxue. In this month, the two girls and Kang Xinmu had been together all the time, and their relationship had become even closer. Especially Shi Yueying, the feelings in her heart had grown even stronger. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu had not yet deeply understood this point. He asked the two girls to return to Dragon Ice City first. As for himself, he naturally planned to make a trip to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm to raise his cultivation level. When he stepped into the Dragon Ice Canyon, he was at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. This time, after returning to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm and consuming the natural treasures that Qi Tian had prepared for him, he would almost be able to step into the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. The main reason was that this month of intense battle with the 9th level Sky Demon had allowed him to completely consolidate his cultivation level of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. It was completely possible for him to directly raise it. Then, let me raise my cultivation level again. Kang Xinmu touched the blood-red dragon scale that he had taken out from his bosom. Then, in the hidden area of the Dragon Ice Canyon, a spatial door quietly appeared, and then was covered by the power of illusion. Chapter 40-33 Dragon Ice City, the Monster Hunters Association. Over the past month, Su Wuji had been lying in bed recovering. With Yu Ruxin taking care of him, his heavy injuries finally made a full recovery at the end of the month. After recovering from his injuries, Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin went to the Demon Hunters Association together. They planned to check how many Demon Hunter points they had left after failing the previous Demon Hunter mission. They needed to exchange them for some healing pills in case they needed them. Moreover, they had pretty much used up all the money they had to treat Su Wuji's injuries over the past month. Sigh, what a pity. We really shouldn't have provoked that heart-freezing Fang, Su Wuji sighed. At that moment, he also thought of Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, who had trained with him a few times in the past. It was rather a pity. Although he already had Yu Ruxin, when he saw a beautiful woman, he still felt some fondness from the bottom of his heart. It was just a pity that Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had actually died at the hands of the heart-chilling Bone Tooth. It was truly a pity. What? Do you really think it's a pity? Yu Ruxin snorted softly. If they were still here, would something have happened between you and them? How could that be? Nothing like that. Su Wuji explained in a hurry. Didn't Wei Binghai fancy the two of them? In the end, he didn't even turn around to save them. That person sure is cowardly. He was clearly the one who brought them on the Monster Hunter mission, yet he ended up causing the deaths of others and running back himself. He quickly changed the topic to Wei Binghai. So what? Yu Ruxin snorted. Isn't Wei Binghai still having a good time in Dragon Ice City, eating, drinking, and having fun? He's everywhere. Beauties are even lining up at his residence. It's said that he's about to break through and reach the 8th layer of the Divine Martial Realm. I just don't know if he's broken through yet. Even if he has, let's not go on the Monster Hunter mission with him. He's too much of a scammer. Su Wuji finally understood Wei Binghai's character after being heavily injured this time. He no longer wanted to be associated with him. We've arrived at the Monster Hunter Association. Let's go in and have a look first. Su Wuji raised his head and saw the gate of the Demon Hunters Association. He lifted his foot and wanted to walk in. However, at this moment, Yu Ruxin tugged at his arm before glancing to the side. She pouted her lips in some surprise. Look, aren't those two? Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue? What? Su Wuji's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly glanced in the direction that Yu Ruxin was pointing at, and sure enough, he saw the two women walking hand in hand towards the main entrance of the Monster Hunters Association. It's really them. How is it possible that the heart-chilling teeth didn't kill them? Yu Ruxin was shocked. She had mentally prepared herself a long time ago, believing that these two women had already died to the hands of Heartless and Bony. In fact, when she returned from the Dragon Ice Canyon that day, she believed that these two women were definitely dead. But now, the two women appeared in front of her unscathed. More importantly, the two women were talking and laughing. Their relationship was not bad. Most importantly, they were talking and laughing. Didn't that mean they were in a good mood? If they were in a good mood, then nothing could have happened to Kang Xinmu. If it were not for the fact that the two women were in a good mood, Yu Ruxin definitely would have thought that Kang Xinmu had risked his life to save the two women from the heart-chilling teeth before sacrificing himself. This would have made her think slightly more highly of Kang Xinmu. But now, Yu Ruxin truly had no idea what was going on. Could the heart-chilling teeth be so kind as to spare them? No, that's impossible. Why would a demonic beast spare a dragon cultivator? Someone else definitely passed by at the time, which was why they were able to be saved. As for where Kang Xinmu is right now, it's not difficult to guess. He probably hasn't recovered from his injuries from withstanding the heart-chilling teeth's attack earlier. Yu Ruxin could not help but whisper to Su Wuji. Su Wuji was already heavily injured, unconscious at the time, so he did not know the exact situation. However, from what Yu Ruxin said, he felt that this was probably what she guessed. After all, Yu Ruxin would never lie to him. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, who were approaching them, naturally saw Yu Ruxin and Su Wuji. However, the two women no longer had any thoughts about this couple. After all, Yu Ruxin had fled immediately and did not care about them at all. They were the only ones who had stayed behind to fight alongside Kang Xinmu. Fortunately, Kang Xinmu was powerful. Otherwise, they would have died at the hands of the heart-chilling teeth. In reality, if Wei Binghai had not acted on his own and even tried to harm Kang Xinmu really would not have minded bringing them to hunt 3 ninth firmament demons so that they could complete the monster hunter mission. Unfortunately, Wei Binghai had run away too quickly. Since that was the case, there was no need to be nice to them. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue ignored Yu Ruxin and Su Wuji. They walked straight into the Monster Hunter Guild. Let's go. Follow them. Yu Ruxin and Su Wuji hurriedly followed them. They had come to inquire about Monster Hunter points, but they wondered why Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had come to the Monster Hunter Guild. Could it be that they had been doing Monster Hunter missions recently and had come to submit their missions? Very soon, Yu Ruxin and Su Wuji stepped into the Monster Hunter Guild. They followed the two women and headed towards the inner region of the Monster Hunter Guild. What are they doing in there? Yu Ruxin knew that the two women definitely did not like her at the moment, but she still wanted to know why the two women had come to the Monster Hunter Guild. If we go any further in, we'll only reach the counter for submitting ice cores. Could it be that they're here to submit ice cores in exchange for Monster Hunter points? Su Wuji frowned slightly as he guessed. It's possible, but what kind of heavenly demon can they kill? At most, they can obtain a 4th grade ice core. Even a 5th grade ice core is very difficult to obtain, so there aren't many Monster Hunter points that can be exchanged for 4th grade ice cores, Yu Ruxin said casually. Yu Ruxin replied casually. Previously, she had followed Wei Binghai with Su Wuji and mainly dealt with 5th to 8th layer heavenly demons. Their main objective was to collect 5th grade ice cores. Right now, she felt that it would be very difficult for Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue to deal with these demonic beasts even if they seemed to have broken through a layer. As a result, she felt that the two women had come to submit 4th grade ice cores. However, very soon, Yu Ruxin's mouth fell open. She was so shocked that she could not speak at all. This was because she saw Shi Yueying take out a large pile of ice cores from her bosom. These ice cores were filled with energy, and she could tell with a single glance that they were definitely not 4th grade ice cores, nor were they 5th grade ice cores. Instead, they were 6th grade ice cores. There are so many 6th grade ice cores. How is this possible? Yurushin was so shocked that she suspected that her eyes were deceiving her. She rubbed her eyes in a hurry and opened them again. She discovered that the powerful members of the Monster Hunter Guild were currently counting the number of 6th grade ice cores for them. They really are 6th grade ice cores. Yurushin's heart shuddered. She was practically in disbelief. She could not understand how these two women could possess 20 to 36th grade ice cores when Wei Binghai and the rest of them could not even kill a 9th layer heavenly demon, heart-freezing bone. Chapter 40-34. Yurushin refused to believe that Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had hunted these 20 to 36th grade ice cores on their own. It was absolutely impossible. She did not even consider Kong Shinmu. This was because Kong Shinmu was only at the 6th layer of the Divine Martial Realm, the same level as her and Su Wuji. How could he have killed a 9th layer Heavenly Fae? It was already extremely difficult for him to survive Chilling Heart's attack. Killing other 9th layer Heavenly Fae was no different from suicide. As a result, she could not help but suspect that the two women had hooked up with someone else, which was why they had obtained these 20 to 36th grade ice cores. But that's strange. Who would be willing to give them 20 to 36th grade ice cores? So many 6th grade ice cores are worth close to 1,000,000 Monster Hunter points. Even for Nirvana Tribulation Realm Dragon Martial Artists, it's not a small sum. Yurushin could not understand it no matter how she thought about it. Su Wuji was also shocked. He was in complete disbelief. He lowered his voice and said, "That's right. Close to 1,000,000 Monster Hunter points are enough to exchange for several rare natural treasures and increase one's strength greatly, yet they're actually giving them away. I really can't understand it. Unless it's a super powerhouse who has reached the peak a long time ago. But why would a super powerhouse like that take a liking to these two women?" Yurushin was unable to hold it in. A sliver of envy and jealousy naturally welled up inside her. Soon after, she and Su Wuji watched as the Monster Hunter Guild's experts collected all the 6th grade ice cores under their astonished gazes. Then, they gave Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue the corresponding points. "We only need to hand over 26th grade ice cores. Each of us can choose a 3rd grade Dragon Martial technique. We'll keep the remaining 9 ice cores for now and hand them over when they return." At this moment, Shi Yueying put away the remaining 9 6th grade ice cores, which confused many of the surrounding people. How could the two of them obtain 6th grade ice cores? With their strength, it was absolutely impossible. In that case, it was probably because they followed someone else that they were able to kill a 9th firmament demon and obtain a 6th grade ice core. In that case, the person they were waiting for should be helping them kill a 9th firmament demon, right? Many people were curious. Who would bring these two beauties to hunt sky demons? One had to know that with the two women's strength, they wouldn't be of much use against 9th firmament sky demons. In other words, their companions were definitely extremely powerful. Unfortunately, no one knew who was leading them to hunt 9th firmament demons. Of course, they wouldn't say it out loud for no reason. Very quickly, the two girls were brought to the interior of the Demon Hunters Association, where the dragon martial skills were kept. These dragon martial skills were all ancient records of the Demon Hunters Association's dragon martial skills that had been cultivated to the heaven grade by the experts of the Demon Hunters Association. Each ancient record could only allow one dragon martial artist to start cultivating that dragon martial skill. Shi Yueying possessed the 5 extreme mystic ice force, an ice-attributed talent. Therefore, she chose a 3rd grade dragon martial skill, icicle heavenly snow, and was prepared to cultivate it when she returned. Although there were many 3rd grade dragon martial skills in Dragon Prison City's Shi residence, none of them were suitable for her ice-attributed dragon martial skills. She never expected that she would obtain such a cultivation manual for a dragon martial skill when she followed Kong Shinmu to Dragon Ice City. It was an unexpected harvest. As for Jiang Liuxue, she had obtained the Sky Mystic Jade Fire Dragon's Heritage Blood Essence. The third-grade dragon martial skill she chose was the Blue Mystic Green Blaze Break, an extremely domineering offensive dragon martial skill. Generally speaking, only Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon martial artists could obtain a third-grade dragon martial skill. Like Kong Shinmu, who had obtained a third-grade dragon martial skill from an expert at the Divine Martial Realm, Shadow Dragon Fong Transformation was rare in the entire Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. However, when one reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, it would be easier for a dragon martial artist to obtain a third-grade dragon martial technique. Of course, this referred to a dragon martial artist who had inherited the blood essence of a heavenly dragon or above. If it was only a true dragon or an ordinary dragon, no one would be willing to give them a third-grade dragon martial technique. As for hunting demonic beasts and obtaining demon hunter points to exchange for a third-grade dragon martial skill, it was not easy. If one only had the true dragon's heritage blood essence, one would need to be at least at the 4th or 5th Nirvana Tribulation Realm to hunt an ordinary 9th heavenly demon. Demonic beasts were different from dragon martial artists. In the demonic beast's environment, if the demonic beast's bloodline was not pure enough, which meant that it only had the blood essence of a true dragon or mortal dragon, then it would be eliminated in the demonic beast's environment. Very few could cultivate to the 9th heavenly demon realm. Generally speaking, demonic beasts that could reach the 9th heavenly demon realm were pure-blooded demonic beasts that had inherited the sky dragon's blood essence. Now, Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying had each obtained a third-grade dragon martial skill. To them, it was a huge improvement. Most importantly, the third-grade dragon martial skill chosen by the Demon Hunters Guild was very suitable for their innate strength. This Icicle Will Sky Snow is at least twice as powerful as the dragon martial skill I learned in the past. As long as I cultivate it to the earth rank, it will greatly increase my strength. Shi Yueying decided that she would cultivate this third-grade dragon martial skill as quickly as possible to increase her strength. Green Mystic Azure Blaze is a dragon martial skill specially designed for Jade Fire Dragon lineage dragon martial artists. I wonder which senior cultivated it, but this dragon martial skill can allow my Heaven Mystic Jade Fire Xian energy to be at its strongest. As long as I cultivate it to the earth rank, it will not be a problem for me to challenge someone of a higher rank. Jiang Liuxue was also somewhat excited. The Heaven Mystic Jade Fire Dragon was a rather powerful divine dragon inheritance of the Jade Fire Dragon lineage. Being able to obtain the Green Mystic Azure Blaze would allow her strength to rise to a new level. When they picked out the dragon martial arts and came out of the Demon Hunters Association's collection pavilion, they noticed that countless people in the Demon Hunters Association were looking at them with envy. At the same time, Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin approached him in a hurry. Flowing Snow, Yueying, where did you get so many 6th-grade ice cores? And those 6th-grade ice cores, who are they for? Yu Ruxin could not help herself. Although she knew that it was very likely that he did not like her, she still wanted to ask and see whether he would give her an answer or not. It's naturally Kong Shinmu. We worked with him to hunt these 9th firmament demons. Of course, the most important thing is that Kong Shinmu is very powerful. He can withstand the violent attacks of almost all the 9th firmament demons, said Meng Chuan. Shi Yueying said indifferently. She did not have a good impression of Yu Ruxin, but she was in a good mood right now, so answering a question from her was not a big deal. When Yu Ruxin and Su Wuji heard this, they were immediately stunned. Kong Shinmu? That kid who possessed the Black Divine Dragon's inherited blood essence? That kid was clearly only at the 6th firmament divine martial realm. His cultivation was the same as theirs, so how could he withstand the ferocious attacks of all the 9th firmament demons? For a moment, the two of them found it somewhat unbelievable. Chapter 40-35 Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin were shocked as they watched Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue walk towards the entrance of the Demon Hunters Guild. They didn't know what else to say to them. In any case, they absolutely didn't believe that Kong Shinmu had led them to hunt these ninth firmament heavenly demons. It wasn't like they hadn't seen Kong Shinmu before. He was only at the sixth firmament of the God Martial Realm. How could he defeat a ninth firmament heavenly demon? That was a difference of 3 firmament. In the entire Dragon Ice City, there probably wasn't a single person who could kill a demon beast that was 3 firmament heavenly demons. Even the son of an important figure like Wei Binghai, a 7th firmament God Martial Realm dragon warrior, would find it difficult to deal with a 9th firmament heavenly demon that was 2 firmament heavenly demons, much less others. If it was really as they said, that Kong Shinmu could kill a 9th firmament heavenly demon, then this kid would probably be famous in the entire Flame Dragon Emperor's dynasty. He wouldn't be as unknown as he was now. Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying naturally didn't care about the dragon warrior couple and wanted to leave first. But just as they were about to leave the Demon Hunters Guild's entrance, a group of 5 young people came towards them. The one leading them was the scion who had abandoned them a month ago, Wei Binghai. Wei Binghai happened to be feeling bored at this moment, so he gathered 4 good friends and prepared to accept some demon hunting missions from the Demon Hunters Guild. Then, they would head out to train and see if they could obtain any unexpected rewards. He didn't expect to see 2 beauties he thought were dead when he arrived at the entrance of the Demon Hunters Guild. Yueying, Liuxue. Wei Binghai was stunned when he saw the 2 women walking towards him. He found it hard to believe. Aren't you? Where's that heart-chilling bone? Could it be that you were saved by someone? He didn't look too good. After all, abandoning one's companions in battle to flee was universally despised by the dragon martial artist community. If this matter were to spread, it would have a negative impact on his reputation and even the reputation of his family. Who's this, sir? We don't know you. Please move aside. Jiang Liuxue's expression was cold. She didn't look at Wei Binghai at all. She pretended not to know him and tried to circle around him. Wei Binghai was naturally happy to see such a situation. Since the other party didn't recognize him, it meant that he wouldn't have to suffer the moral condemnation of running away. But Jiang Liuxue's words really didn't give him any face, and it made him very unhappy with Ziwei. He thought to himself, even if this young master abandoned you and ran away, it was still pardonable under those circumstances. Turning around and pretending not to know this young master, you're really too rude to this young master. Just as he was thinking about this, another young master beside him suddenly stood up. This guy had a protruding mouth and a wretched expression. He stood up and pointed at Jiang Liuxue, saying, "You don't even know Wei Binghai, young Master Wei? You don't even know young Master Wei, and yet you dare to come out and do as you please in Dragon Ice City? It's your honor that young Master Wei knows you. Don't be so shameless." It was obvious that this kid was Wei Binghai's lackey, and he immediately stood up to give Wei Binghai face. However, Jiang Liuxue naturally wouldn't lower herself to his level. "Let's go." Jiang Liuxue pulled Shi Yueying and walked around the other party, completely ignoring Wei Binghai's group. If they were outside, Wei Binghai's group would probably explode and definitely wouldn't let them walk away just like that. But in Dragon Ice City, in the Demon Hunters Association, they ultimately didn't dare to act recklessly. One had to know that if they angered the experts of the Demon Hunters Association, even the city lord of Dragon Ice City wouldn't be able to protect them. And within the vicinity of the Demon Hunters Association, fighting was absolutely forbidden. This was something that the Demon Hunters Association had clearly stipulated. Hence, Wei Binghai and the others could only watch as Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying walked away from them. They didn't dare to step forward to stop them. No matter what they said, the 2 girls didn't turn back and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. They were rushing back to the inn to properly cultivate the 3rd-grade dragon martial technique that they had just obtained. However, What they didn't know was that Wei Binghai, who had been left behind by them, was filled with rage. When Yu Ruxin and Su Wuji, who were still in the Demon Hunters Association, saw that Wei Binghai had brought people over, they originally wanted to ignore him, but they were truly shocked that Shi Yueying and Su Wuji had obtained so many 6th-grade ice cores. As a result, they looked at each other and walked towards Wei Binghai. "Young Master Wei, we meet again." Yu Ruxin approached him and smiled. "Young Master Wei, perhaps you still don't know, but they brought over 26th-grade ice cores and exchanged them for 2 3rd-grade dragon martial techniques. Even you, young Master Wei, probably haven't cultivated a 3rd-grade dragon martial technique yet, right?" Wei Binghai was originally dissatisfied with Yu Ruxin. After all, Yu Ruxin hadn't visited him in the past month. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with him. However, after hearing Yu Ruxin's words, Wei Binghai couldn't care less about his slight dissatisfaction with her. His expression changed from one of displeasure to one of shock. He turned to look outside the Demon Hunters Association, in the direction that Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had disappeared to. His face was filled with disbelief. "What did you say? They brought over 6th-grade ice cores? And over 20 of them? How is that possible? 6th-grade ice cores are treasures that can only be obtained by hunting 9th firmament heavenly demons." The expression of a handsome young master behind Wei Binghai changed slightly. Judging from their cultivation realms, they are only at the 5th firmament divine martial realm. It's impossible for them to hunt 9th firmament heavenly demons. "We thought so too." Yu Ruxin chuckled. "However, we asked them. They said that it was that kid named Kong Shinmu who led them to hunt 9th firmament heavenly demons. Young Master Wei, do you think this is believable? If that kid, Kong Shinmu, can hunt 9th firmament heavenly demons, then..." "Oh." A ferocious glint flashed in Wei Binghai's eyes. He hadn't thought of this possibility because it was too unbelievable. Wasn't that kid named Kong Shinmu only at the 6th firmament divine martial realm? Even if he could raise his cultivation realm by 1, he would only be at the 7th firmament divine martial realm. Just like Wei Binghai, it was impossible for him to survive Chilling Heart's attack. But from the looks of it, that kid seemed to be able to deal with 9th firmament heavenly demons easily. "You must be bragging, right?" Wei Binghai sneered. "A kid at the 6th firmament divine martial realm, at most the 7th firmament divine martial realm, can hunt 9th firmament heavenly demons? It's possible if there are many people, but it's impossible with just that kid and those 2 girls who don't know what's good for them." "What if it's true?" Su Wuji said from the side. Chapter 40-36. Wei Binghai had always been regarded as a proud son of heaven. He was one of the strongest dragon martial artists of his generation in Dragon Ice City. The divine dragon inheritance blood essence he had obtained was from a Skyfrost ice dragon, an extremely powerful ice attribute divine dragon. Among the dragon martial artists of the same realm, he was considered rather powerful. But now, Kong Shinmu, who was merely at the 6th tier of the divine vein realm, said that he could kill a 9th tier heavenly demon. This was something that he found difficult to do. This made him feel like he was being sized up. More importantly, this was not a private place, but the main hall of the Demon Hunters Guild. Many people in the surroundings cast their gazes over. Previously, many people in the Demon Hunters Guild knew that Wei Binghai had led a team to kill a 9th tier heavenly demon and obtain a 6th-grade ice core. Now that they saw this scene, many people were pointing at Wei Binghai, obviously mocking him. Wei Binghai was originally arrogant and despotic in Dragon Ice City. Although he did not do anything to dominate the market, he still made people unhappy with him. Everyone was jealous, especially Wei Binghai, who was born with a top-notch talent. Therefore, this matter had already become the topic of discussion for many people in private. Wei Binghai had many informants in Dragon Ice City, so he naturally knew that he had embarrassed himself over this matter. Now, He did not expect Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue to return to the Demon Hunters Guild and hand over 20 to 36 Great Ice Cores. This made Wei Binghai even more embarrassed. Take good care of those two girls for this young master. You must report to this young master whenever they come into contact with anyone. Wei Binghai gave the order, and the bodyguards who secretly followed and protected him obeyed. Two dragon martial artists left quietly and followed Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue were completely unaware that someone was following them. The two girls only wanted to return to the inn as soon as possible and successfully cultivate the third-grade dragon martial technique they had just obtained. Icy will heavenly snow and blue profound green flame break. If they were to successfully master these two grade 3 dragon martial techniques, their strength would at least double. Therefore, to them, the most important thing was to cultivate these two dragon martial skills. As for Kong Shinmu, they were naturally not worried because even if something happened to Kong Shinmu, it would be useless for them to worry about him. Even if they were with Kong Shinmu, if Kong Shinmu encountered any danger, they wouldn't be able to help much. For the next 7 days, they stayed in the tavern and practiced the grade 3 dragon martial skill. Their talent was about the same, so the speed at which they practiced the grade 3 dragon martial skill was about the same. 7 days later, they finally succeeded in cultivating the third-grade dragon martial skill. Although they had only reached the human level, the power of these two moves was still greater than all the dragon skills they had learned before. At this time, Kong Shinmu finally returned. When Kong Shinmu arrived at their inn, the two girls had just finished cultivating the grade 3 dragon martial skill and came out to greet him happily. When the three of them separated at the Dragon Ice Canyon, the two girls had already told Kong Shinmu where they were staying, so Kong Shinmu could directly come to them. Divine Martial Realm, you actually broke through and reached LV7 of the Divine Martial Realm. When they saw Kong Shinmu again, the two girls' eyes lit up. Because when they separated 7 days ago, Kong Shinmu was only at LV6 of the Divine Martial Realm. In such a short time, he had actually advanced a level and reached LV7 of the Divine Martial Realm. They still remembered that when they left Jianglong City with Kong Shinmu's cultivation was much lower than it was now. This speed is too terrifying. That's right. If the other dragon warriors wanted to raise their cultivation by 1 level, they would need at least a few months to do so. The two girls looked up and down at Kong Shinmu with excitement. To others, the two girls were a bit cold, but only to Kong Shinmu, they would show a smile, like flowers blooming in spring, and they were gentle. The improvement of Kong Shinmu's strength was naturally a good thing for them. In this regard, Kong Shinmu was naturally happy. After all, who wouldn't be happy when their strength improved? However, Kong Shinmu was very clear that even if he had improved, his strength was nothing. If he wanted to save his father, he was still too far away. In the entire Dragon Martial continent, there was probably no one who could save Jiang Zizai. Therefore, Kong Shinmu's next short-term goal was definitely to become the strongest in the entire Dragon Martial continent, but this was still not enough to save his father. Just this goal alone is already unimaginable for ordinary people, but for me, as Kong Shinmu thought to himself, his willpower became stronger. He knew that the black dragon consciousness in his body was probably also an existence that surpassed the existence of this Dragon Martial continent, and the devouring talent that he had comprehended could continue to increase his strength, and the grade of the divine dragon essence and blood would continue to increase. As long as he did not die, Kong Shinmu believed that one day he could reach the level of saving his father. Right. Kong Shinmu shook his head, pulled his thoughts back to reality, and asked the two girls, "When I came back just now, I saw someone sneaking around outside the inn, as if he was watching you. Did you notice?" "No." The two girls looked at each other and shook their heads, a little embarrassed. These days, we have been practicing the dragon martial skill, and did not step out of the inn even half a step, ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the inn. Kang Xinmu and the two girls, who were standing at the entrance of the inn, turned their heads and found that they actually saw a familiar person. Wei Binghai. Young Master Wei. Kang Xinmu narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that it was Wei Binghai. In that case, it was probably Wei Binghai's people who were sneaking around outside just now. Why is this young master spying on me? Kang Xinmu, you are back. Wei Binghai looked at Kang Xinmu with a condescending expression and laughed. I did not expect you to break through to the 7th level of the divine martial realm. It seems that you have the help of a benefactor. Not bad, not bad, your luck is not bad. I don't know what you are talking about. Kang Xinmu shook his head. He could not be bothered to pay attention to this young master. Oh? Then you are saying that you brought these two girls to hunt 20 to 39th level demons, and it was all done by you alone? Wei Binghai made an exaggerated expression, clearly showing that he did not believe it. However, Kang Xinmu did not make him believe it either. In any case, to Kang Xinmu, this Wei Binghai was just a coward who had escaped midway, and there was no value in befriending him. Even if his status in Dragon Ice City was rather high, Kang Xinmu did not want to be friends with him. What has this got to do with you? Kang Xinmu chuckled and turned his head. Shi Yueying, Jiang Liuxue, let's continue hunting demon beasts. It's still the Dragon Ice Canyon. Okay. The two girls replied in unison. Chapter 40-37. When Kang Xinmu returned, someone immediately informed Wei Binghai of his whereabouts. Then, Wei Binghai couldn't help but come over. His goal was naturally to carefully observe Kang Xinmu. He wanted to know what means he had to be able to hunt a 9th firmament sky demon. From the looks of it, Kang Xinmu's cultivation level was only at the 7th firmament divine martial realm. Although his cultivation level was 1 firmament higher than before, it was only about the same as Wei Binghai. From this, Wei Binghai felt that Kang Xinmu was definitely not a 9th firmament sky demon that he had brought the two women to hunt. Humph, why are you still pretending? Wei Binghai moved and blocked in front of Kang Xinmu. He sneered and said, Kang Xinmu, do you dare to fight me? Even I am not a match for an ordinary 9th firmament sky demon. Do you really think you are some peerless genius that is stronger than me? Jiang Shenwu didn't care about his words at all. He frowned slightly. Are you crazy or something? How did I, Kang Xinmu, offend you? Hurry up and make way. Heh, you don't dare to accept the challenge, right? Wei Binghai snorted coldly. To think that these two beauties trust you so much. You only used some tricks when you brought them to hunt that 9th firmament sky demon. When it comes to displaying your true strength, you don't dare to accept it. Just treat it as me using some tricks. Now, can you make way? Kang Xinmu said indifferently. He had no interest in dueling Wei Binghai. Kang Xinmu couldn't be bothered to do something that didn't bring him any benefits. After all, Dragon Ice City was only a temporary place for him to stay. If he really couldn't stay here any longer, it would be the same for him to train elsewhere. Wei Binghai seemed to have expected Kang Xinmu's impatience. He chuckled. I knew you wouldn't dare to agree. However, I've already prepared a bargaining chip. Look, what's this? As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom. This small porcelain bottle obviously contained some kind of pill. He opened the lid of the small porcelain bottle and showed it to Kang Xinmu and the others. Look, this is the Clear Spirit Snow Pill. The Clear Spirit Snow Pill was a precious pill refined from many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was especially suitable for ice attribute dragon martial artists to take, and it could promote the dragon martial artist's absorption of heaven and earth spiritual energy. If a dragon warrior of the ice attribute took it, especially a dragon warrior of the divine martial realm, it was very likely that he would be able to directly raise his cultivation by 1 level. Furthermore, it could also strengthen the cold aura within the body of a dragon martial artist, making their talent even stronger and the temperature of the power of ice even lower. This thing was useless to Kang Xinmu. If he wanted to raise his cultivation level, he had many resources in the Heaven Awakening Demon realm. Every month he returned, he could obtain natural treasures equivalent to several clear spirit snow pills, which he could use as much as he wanted. However, this was an extremely precious item to Shi Yueying. I wonder when the 5 elements' mysterious ice power will awaken, Kang Xinmu thought to himself. Right now, Shi Yueying could be said to have a close relationship with him. If Shi Yueying's strength increased, it would be of great help to him. It was just that he didn't know what Wei Binghai's motive was for taking out this clear spirit snow pill. What about this clear spirit snow pill? Kang Xinmu asked indifferently. On the surface, he didn't show much interest in it. With this item as a wager, do you dare to accept this young master's challenge? Wei Binghai chuckled and said, if you are really that strong, accept this young master's challenge. If you defeat this young master will give this clear spirit snow pill to you. I don't need to say more about how important this thing is to Miss Shi Yueying, right? Young master, this is something that master gave you to help you break through to the 9th level of the divine martial realm. How can you use it as a wager? At this time, one of Wei Binghai's lackeys immediately stood up and said with some panic. What do you know? Step down. Wei Binghai's face darkened and he directly scolded his lackeys. What a joke. Since when did his lackeys have the right to interfere with his decisions? Although this clear spirit snow pill was precious, he could guarantee that Kang Xinmu was definitely not his match. This clear spirit snow pill could never be obtained by Kang Xinmu. Therefore, he just wanted to force Kang Xinmu to fight with him. Oh. Kang Xinmu showed a look of interest. Wei Binghai really wanted to use this clear spirit snow pill as a wager to provoke him to accept the challenge. It wasn't difficult for Kang Xinmu to accept Wei Binghai's challenge. Although Wei Binghai was already in the 8th level of the divine martial realm, which was 1 level higher than him, why would Kang Xinmu be afraid of 2 levels? However, if Kang Xinmu accepted Wei Binghai's challenge just like that, it would be too stupid. Sure. Since you are in such a hurry to give this pill to me, then I will accept your challenge. Of course, I have a condition. Kang Xinmu smiled faintly. This challenge must have a fair witness. Before the challenge, you must hand this clear spirit snow pill to that witness. What do you mean? Are you saying that I will admit defeat and go back on my word? Wei Binghai was instantly enraged. Kang Xinmu's words really pissed him off. That's hard to say. Could it be that you don't dare to hand the clear spirit snow pill to someone else for safekeeping? Kang Xinmu chuckled. In that case, it's fine if I don't agree to this challenge. Otherwise, if this guy went back on his word, Kang Xinmu really couldn't do anything to him. After all, Wei Binghai could really be said to be covering the sky with one hand in Dragon Ice City. Then tell me, what kind of witness do you want? In Dragon Ice City, who can make you and I feel at ease? Wei Binghai asked coldly. Very simple, the person in charge of the Demon Hunters Guild in Dragon Ice City. Kang Xinmu said naturally without any hesitation. What? Wei Binghai and the people behind him were all shocked. The person in charge of the Demon Hunters Guild. The Demon Hunters Guild was an organization that could be found throughout the entire Dragon Martial continent. It held an important position in the entire Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. Although Dragon Ice City wasn't small, compared to the Demon Hunters Guild, it was like comparing a sesame seed to a watermelon. The person in charge of the Demon Hunters Guild in Dragon Ice City would definitely not be lower than the Dragon Ice City City Lord. Furthermore, he was absolutely neutral in many matters. If they were to find him as a witness, there was no need to worry that he would side with either side. However, the key problem was that to find the person in charge of Dragon Ice City as a witness, whether it was Kang Xinmu or Wei Binghai, neither of them were qualified. Ha ha ha. This young master is going to die of laughter. Wei Binghai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you think we are fools? What kind of status does the person in charge of the Demon Hunters Guild have? How can he be a witness for our challenge? If my father were to make a move, he might be able to invite him over, but I can't. Or, Kang Xinmu, do you have a way to invite this big shot? Ha ha ha. His voice was filled with disbelief. Even the many people behind him started laughing. Chapter 40-38. Even Wei Binghai had never seen the person in charge of the Demon Hunters Guild in Dragon Ice City. It was said that the person in charge was called Jiang Tianqi, a super expert who had surpassed the Nirvana Tribulation Realm and reached the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. There were many Reincarnation Tribulation Realm experts in Dragon Ice City, and they were all important figures in the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty. Dragon Ice City, like Dragon Prison City, was also under the rule of the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty, and it was called Dragon Ice City. However, even in a place like this, Jiang Tianqi's strength still far surpassed that of everyone else in Dragon Ice City. Even Wei Binghai's father respected Jiang Tianqi very much. How could such a person participate in a duel between two juniors? Therefore, Wei Binghai and the people behind him all scoffed at Kang Xinmu's idea. It was impossible to get Jiang Tianqi to testify for their duel. Even Wei Binghai's father couldn't do it. Ordinary people naturally can't get the person in charge of the Demon Hunters Guild, but I can. Kang Xinmu looked at the mocking expressions on Wei Binghai's face and smiled faintly. He said confidently, "If you don't believe me, no one will force you to believe me. However, if I get the person in charge to come out, Wei Binghai, you better not go back on your word. This duel will be waged with the Clear Spirit Snow Pill as the wager. You can't go back on your word. Ha ha ha, do what you want. If you can really get Mr. Jiang Tianqi to come out, go ahead." Wei Binghai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he became excited. "Let's go, I'll go with you and see how you get Mr. Jiang Tianqi to come out." Jiang Tianqi was a super expert and the person in charge of the Demon Hunters Guild in Dragon Ice City. Not only was he strong, but he also had a lot of influence. Not many people in the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty dared to provoke the Demon Hunters Guild. As the person in charge of the Demon Hunters Guild in Dragon Ice City, Jiang Tianqi's status was respected and he had considerable power. Even Wei Binghai didn't dare to disobey his words. "In that case, let's go." Kang Xinmu glanced at Wei Binghai and his followers. He didn't take them seriously and headed straight for the Demon Hunters Guild. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Without a doubt, the two women's eyes flickered with worry, but there was also a hint of anticipation hidden within. To them, there seemed to be nothing Kang Xinmu couldn't do. Now that Kang Xinmu said that he could invite the person in charge of the Demon Hunters Association, Jiang Tianqi, it was most likely possible. What method would he use to invite Jiang Tianqi out? Filled with nervousness and curiosity, the two girls followed Kang Xinmu's footsteps and strolled towards the Demon Hunters Association. Wei Binghai and his followers also followed behind, laughing at them. However, Kang Xinmu and the two women didn't care about their mockery at all. So what if they ridiculed him? They would not lose a piece of flesh. When Tianji was invited out, the ones who would lose face would be Wei Binghai and the others. The more they laughed at them now, the more face they would lose when the time came. As they approached the Demon Hunters Association, Wei Binghai and his followers continued to ridicule them and deliberately talked loudly, so many people along the way heard the news. A mere dragon warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm wanted to challenge Wei Binghai to a duel, and even threatened to invite the person in charge of the Demon Hunters Association, Mr. Jiang Tianqi, to testify for this duel. The news spread like wildfire. Because this matter involved Jiang Tianqi, many of the older generation of Dragon Ice City martial artists paid attention to it. They were all curious as to which young man dared to ask Jiang Tianqi to come out and be a witness. This matter quickly spread throughout Dragon Ice City, and it spread far and wide, far beyond Kang Xinmu's original expectations. When he arrived at the Demon Hunters Association, there were already hundreds of people following him, pointing at him and whispering. They all wanted to see how far he could go. Wei Binghai and his lackeys were still following behind, standing outside the Demon Hunters Association. "Kid, go in and ask the person in charge to come out and be the witness for the duel." "That's right, why aren't you going? Are you afraid because there are too many people and you want to go back on your word?" He. A kid still wet behind the ears dares to threaten to invite Mr. Jiang Tianqi? What wishful thinking. I'll teach him a lesson today. Kang Xinmu didn't care about these mockery at all. "Xinwu, are you confident?" Shi Yueying, who was walking with Kang Xinmu, lowered her voice and asked. It wasn't that she had doubts about Kang Xinmu, but she just wanted to confirm her feelings. "Of course." Kang Xinmu pondered for a moment and said, "You guys wait outside, I'll be right back." He raised his foot and stepped into the Demon Hunters Association. "Young Master Wei, shall we follow him in?" Those followers asked Wei Binghai one after another. "Why should we follow him in? Don't tell me you guys really believe that he can invite Mr. Jiang Tianqi out? Really, when he gets snubbed and runs out on his own, he'll know what it means to make a fool of yourself, huh?" Wei Binghai shook his head. He didn't want to waste time following Kang Xinmu in. However, what he didn't know was that after Kang Xinmu stepped into the Demon Hunters Association, he directly showed something and was then brought inside by the experts of the Demon Hunters Association. Even if Wei Binghai and the rest followed him in, they wouldn't know what happened. In fact, Kang Xinmu took out an item obtained from the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm and then attracted the attention of the experts of the Demon Hunters Association. Thus, he got the opportunity to meet the person in charge, Jiang Tianqi. This item from the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm was extremely rare, but it was useless to Kang Xinmu. In the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, there was a demon beast equivalent to the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. It died last month, and its demon core was obtained by the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. Kang Xinmu asked for it. Kang Xinmu originally planned to use this demon core to absorb and devour it in times of danger to recover quickly. However, after he obtained it, he realized that the power in the demon core was too violent, and he couldn't control it at all. If he really devoured it, he might explode and die. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this thing, Wei Binghai came knocking on his door. The demon core of a powerful demon beast was useless to ordinary dragon martial artists. However, to the Demon Hunters Association, it had many uses. The demon core of the Demon Hunters Association had some special uses, but outsiders didn't know what those uses were. Anyway, Kang Xinmu knew that the Demon Hunters Association definitely lacked the demon core of such a Reincarnation Tribulation Realm demon beast. Because demon beasts of this realm all existed in the demon realm. In the outside world, places like the Dragon Ice Canyon couldn't possibly appear. Chapter 4039. Inside the Monster Hunters Association. In a room that very few people could enter, Kang Xinmu finally met the person in charge of the Dragon Ice City Monster Hunters Association, Jiang Tianqi. He was a middle-aged man in a white robe who looked gentle and refined. However, every movement of his contained an extremely mysterious power. His eyes seemed to have starlight constantly flowing, scattering, and appearing illusionary. Jiang Tianqi had been handling some matters in the room. When Kang Xinmu was brought in, he looked at Kang Xinmu from head to toe. "I've heard about you." Jiang Tianqi smiled faintly. I didn't expect a young man like you to have the demon core of a demon beast that has gone through the samsara tribulation. It's really surprising. This thing is very important to the Monster Hunters Association. If you are willing to give it to the Monster Hunters Association, you can ask for more, not to mention to testify for your duel. I took this thing out to give to the Monster Hunters Association. Kang Xinmu remained calm and said to Jiang Tianqi, besides testifying for my duel with Wei Binghai, the Monster Hunters Association also has to give me a second-grade dragon technique. What do you think? Second-grade dragon technique. Hearing this, Jiang Tianqi laughed. You talk big, but you're right. To the Monster Hunters Association, we can record a dragon technique whenever we want. However, this demon core is rare, especially in Dragon Ice City. It's been a long time since I've seen a demon core of this level. I can give you the second-grade dragon technique. However, are you really confident that you can defeat Wei Binghai? You should know that Wei Binghai's cultivation is one level higher than yours. In the divine martial realm, the strength of a cultivator's talent varies greatly with each level. Are you sure you can defeat him? When Jiang Tianqi said this, he was very curious about Jiang Xinwu. He had been working in Dragon Ice City for a long time, so he was well aware of Wei Binghai's strength. Wei Binghai was at the 8th tier of the divine martial arts realm, and he had 2 earth-grade dragon weapons, which complemented each other well. In the past, Wei Binghai had defeated opponents 1 tier higher than him. Especially during the Demon Hunters Guild's missions, Wei Binghai had really defeated a 9th firmament sky demon. Don't worry. If I wasn't confident, why would I humiliate myself? Kang Xinmu asked. Ha ha ha, this young man is not bad. I like his personality. Jiang Tianqi finally stood up from his chair. If that's the case, then go. I'll be your witness for this duel. After this battle is over, come to the Demon Hunter Association to collect your second-grade dragon martial skill. Kang Xinmu nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, although he knew that the monster core was of great use to the Demon Hunters Guild, he had never thought that it would have such great value. Seeing Jiang Tianqi was within his expectations. However, being able to exchange for a Grade 2 Dragon Martial Technique was something he did not expect. A Grade 2 Dragon Martial Technique was something that even a Nirvana Tribulation Realm Dragon Martial Artist could not easily obtain. Even the Holy Dragon of the Shi clan, Shi Tao, had only cultivated 1 or 2 moves of a Grade 2 Dragon Martial Technique. Furthermore, he had not cultivated it to the Heaven stage, so he could not pass it down to his own residence. Now, Kang Xinmu had the opportunity to cultivate a Grade 2 Dragon Martial Technique. As long as he could survive the duel with Wei Binghai, he could continue to cultivate a Grade 2 Dragon Martial Technique. Coupled with his current cultivation realm and his innate devouring power, he would definitely become even stronger. When that time came, it would not be impossible for Kang Xinmu to deal with a Nirvana Tribulation Realm opponent alone. Of course, all of this depended on Kang Xinmu choosing a Grade 2 Dragon Martial Technique that was suitable for him. Otherwise, he would not be able to display the advantage of his devouring power. In any case, he had finally succeeded in making Jiang Tianqi agree to his conditions. With regards to Jiang Tianqi's words, Kang Xinmu naturally believed it. Even if Jiang Tianqi went back on his words, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he did not hesitate to take out the monster core and hand it to Jiang Tianqi. Jiang Tianqi took the monster core and observed it for a moment. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, he carefully put it away, then accompanied Kang Xinmu out of the Monster Hunters Guild. Outside the Monster Hunters Guild, hundreds of people were discussing and pointing, mainly Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, who were still outside. Yueying, Liuxue, what is your relationship with this kid called Kang Xinmu? Why are you so determined to protect him? Taking advantage of Kang Xinmu's absence, Wei Binghai calmly approached the 2 girls. This kid is obviously talking nonsense. He's such an unreliable person, yet he wants to invite Mr. Jiang Tianqi. What wishful thinking. If you follow him, you'll probably suffer a lot in the future. Why don't you follow me? You'll have a good life and you'll have plenty of cultivation resources. I guarantee that you'll improve faster than before. What do you think? No matter what Wei Binghai said or what he said, the two girls ignored him. Previously in Dragon Ice Canyon, this person had fled from Chilling Heart, which had already caused the two girls to completely reject him. So now, Wei Binghai was even more transparent than heir to the two girls. In public, Wei Binghai really couldn't do anything to them. After saying this, the two girls completely ignored him, only looking into the Monster Hunters Guild. This situation was driving Wei Binghai crazy. Because so many people were watching, but the two girls ignored him. How much face did this make him lose? Humph. Is it because of that kid called Kong Shinmu? I'll definitely let you know that there's a difference between people and dragon warriors. He snorted coldly and said this without hesitation. But these words just happened to be heard by Kong Shinmu and Jiang Tianqi. There's indeed a difference between people and dragon warriors. Kong Shinmu said coldly, then stepped out and appeared in front of everyone again. Seeing his figure, Wei Binghai suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you admit this yourself? You're out. Where's Mr. Jiang Tianqi? Why didn't he come out with you? I'm really disappointing the beauties. Just as he said that, a figure dressed in a white robe appeared at the entrance of the Demon Hunters Association, following Jiang Shenwu's footsteps. His expression was calm and composed, and there was a faint smile on his face. Wasn't this the person in charge of Dragon Ice City's Monster Hunters Guild, Jiang Tianqi? Seeing Jiang Tianqi's appearance, Wei Binghai's voice stopped abruptly. His eyes widened as if he was blind. He rubbed his eyes a few times to make sure that he didn't see wrongly. It was indeed Jiang Tianqi who came out with Kong Shinmu. But, how was this possible? How could this kid invite Jiang Tianqi? Naturally, Wei Binghai didn't know about this. At this moment, everyone including the surrounding crowd was shocked speechless. This Jiang Tianqi really appeared. Although they didn't know why, to be able to invite Jiang Tianqi, it was enough to show that this Kong Shinmu had a certain level of ability. Just now, Wei Binghai and the others kept mocking Kong Shinmu and the two girls, saying a lot of unpleasant things. At first, the crowd didn't think much of it. Chapter 40. However, Wei Binghai still had a sliver of hope in his heart. This was because Jiang Tianqi had only come out with Kong Shinmu and had not said that he would help to be the witness of their battle. Perhaps Jiang Tianqi had just come out for a walk. Thus, Wei Binghai hurriedly turned his body and bowed to Jiang Tianqi. Junior Wei Binghai greets Mr. Jiang. After bowing first, there was no big problem. Then, Wei Binghai asked, "May I know what Mr. Jiang wants now?" "You still don't know?" Jiang Tianqi glanced at Wei Binghai. There was no disgust, just an indifferent expression. After all, in Jiang Tianqi's eyes, Wei Binghai did not even have the qualifications to be discussed. "Little brother Kong Shinmu, didn't I want to have a battle with you this time? I will be the witness of this battle." Jiang Tianqi said indifferently, "Where is the clear spirit snow pill you mentioned? You can hand it over now. If you win, I will return it to you. If you lose, this clear spirit snow pill will belong to little brother Kong Shinmu." When these words came out, it was like 5 bolts of lightning striking Wei Binghai's head with a loud bang. Jiang Tianqi had actually come out to be the witness of their battle. Furthermore, he seemed to be quite close to Kong Shinmu. To Wei Binghai, this was no different from a bolt from the blue. He had never thought that the current situation would be like this. He had just mocked Kong Shinmu with others, but now, he was the one who had lost face. The news had already spread everywhere, and everyone in Dragon Ice City knew about it. Now, he had lost face in front of the entire city. How could he endure this? Jiang Tianqi's words shocked Wei Binghai and his followers to the point that they were speechless. As for the surrounding dragon warriors and residents, they all laughed out loud and pointed at Wei Binghai and the others. The news here would soon spread throughout the city. At that time, Wei Binghai would probably become the laughing stock of the entire city. Although Wei Binghai's identity was not ordinary, not everyone wanted to curry favor with him. Especially after such a thing happened, there would definitely be many people who would take this opportunity to scold him, making him unable to raise his head. After all, such a young master had never made a fool of himself in the past. Who would have thought that today, he would be defeated by a youth whose cultivation was lower than his? However, this young man won't have it easy. That's right. Kang Xinmu wants to fight Wei Binghai, but his cultivation base is a level lower than Wei Binghai's. His chances of winning are slim. Furthermore, this Wei Binghai has an abundance of cultivation resources. He also has 2 dragon weapons in his hands. When used together, he is extremely powerful. Yes. Even if we have Mr. Jiang Tianqi as a witness, we still can't beat him. It's useless. Instead, we'll be burdening Mr. Jiang Tianqi. Many people began to discuss. Although Wei Binghai had lost face, his strength was still there. During this period of time, he had broken through to LV8 of the Divine Martial Realm, which was a great improvement. His strength was much stronger than before. Now, if Wei Binghai were to deal with the heart-freezing Fang, at least he wouldn't have to run away like last time. I see. Looking at Jiang Tianqi and Kang Xinmu, Wei Binghai suddenly felt that he had an idea of what was going on. It turned out that this young man had a close relationship with the Monster Hunters Union. He could even invite Mr. Jiang Tianqi. In other words, the Monster Hunters Union must have helped him in the Dragon Ice Canyon. Otherwise, how could this young man have escaped from the heart-freezing Fang? It was even more impossible for him to have obtained the 20 to 36th grade ice cores and given them to the 2 girls so generously. It was only because it was easy for him to obtain them that he could give them away. If it were Wei Binghai himself, he would never give away such a thing. So what if he has someone to back him up? I'm not strong enough. After this battle, everything will be over. I, Wei Binghai, am still the young master of Dragon Ice City. As he thought of this, he turned around and walked toward the training field in Dragon Ice City. This was not the first time that Wei Binghai had a duel with someone. Previously, he would provoke anyone he didn't like and try his best to trick them into coming to the training field. Then, he would defeat them and even kill them on the training field. They would either use the life of the other party's female companion to threaten them, or use the other party's family to threaten them. They would resort to any means necessary. As long as there was someone he didn't like, even if their cultivation was not as strong as him, they wouldn't have a good ending in Dragon Ice City. In the eyes of Wei Binghai and his followers, Kang Xinmu was such a guy. However, this guy had a bit of a background. He was actually a member of the Monster Hunters Union. Even so, in the training field, no one can intervene even if they want to save you. It's the same for Jiang Tianqi. The corner of Wei Binghai's mouth curled up. He already wanted to kill Kang Xinmu. This time, if he didn't kill Kang Xinmu, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Kang Xinmu followed him to the training field in the city. He could clearly feel Wei Binghai's killing intent towards him, and his lips curled up slightly. He wasn't afraid of being killed by Wei Binghai at all. In fact, he was even considering if he should spare this guy's life. After all, if he let Wei Binghai live, there might be other troubles in the future. He might as well kill him and end all troubles once and for all. However, Wei Binghai's background isn't ordinary. If I kill him, his father will definitely avenge him. His father is a big shot in Dragon Ice City. He's definitely not weaker than the sacred dragon Shitao, Kong Shinmu was in a dilemma. To kill or not to kill? The reason I challenged him was for the clear spirit snow pill. It doesn't matter if I kill him or not. As long as he's alive, he won't have the face to ask for help from the faction behind him. Kong Shinmu pondered for a moment and finally came to a conclusion. He wouldn't kill this guy for now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to have a moment of peace. Although he had invited Jiang Tianqi to be the witness of the duel, if he really killed him, Jiang Tianqi might not necessarily protect him. At the end of the day, Jiang Tianqi was only after that demon core. Soon, both parties arrived at Dragon Ice City's training field one after another. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue followed Kong Shinmu and weren't worried at all that he would lose to Wei Binghai. From the moment Jiang Tianqi appeared, they were completely at ease. If Wei Binghai wanted to go against Kong Shinmu, he definitely wouldn't be his match. The two girls were absolutely sure of this. Many people followed them to the training field. They were all very curious about the strength of this young man, Kong Shinmu, who had suddenly appeared. He actually dared to accept Wei Binghai's challenge despite being one level lower. He was probably blinded by the clear spirit snow pill and didn't even care about his own life, right? There were originally many people sparring in the training field. There were divine dragons soaring in the air, and the power of ice talent was constantly being shaken away. Chapter 40-41. Thousands of people had gathered in the martial arts arena, and more people were coming. Kong Shinmu and Wei Binghai were already standing on the largest arena in the martial arts arena, ready to start the battle. Some of Dragon Ice City's bigwigs came to the martial arts arena and pointed at Jiang Shenwu and Wei Binghai, who were in the arena. They were all very curious about where Kong Shinmu had come from, how he had suddenly appeared, and how he was related to Jiang Tianqi of the Demon Hunters Association. Therefore, they wanted to see how strong Kong Shinmu was. Their current strength showed their talent. If Kong Shinmu was not a match for Wei Binghai, then there was nothing to worry about. However, if Wei Binghai was defeated, then the situation in Dragon Ice City might be a little different from before. Many people had even come to the Wei clan residence where Wei Binghai was to watch the battle. To them, Wei Binghai was the most talented young genius in the whole of Dragon Ice City, and there were very few people in the same generation who could be a match for him. Therefore, when they came over and saw that Wei Binghai's opponent was only at the 7th tier of the Divine Martial Realm, which was one tier lower than Wei Binghai, they immediately laughed. Who is this Kong Shinmu? Doesn't he know how powerful the young master is? The young master is basically invincible in the same realm, and he can even challenge opponents at the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. This guy is one tier lower than the young master, so there's no way he can defeat the young master. They were all discussing, not taking Kong Shinmu seriously at all. In the crowd, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue stood together and looked at the arena without the slightest bit of worry. They knew very well that it was impossible for Kong Shinmu to be defeated by Wei Binghai. Even if he stood there without moving, Wei Binghai would not be able to do anything to Kong Shinmu. The dragon martial artist couple, Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin, were also in the crowd, secretly watching all this. They similarly didn't believe that Kong Shinmu had the ability to hunt 9th firmament sky demons. Kong Shinmu had definitely obtained the 6th grade ice cores from Jiang Tianqi. He had given them to Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. These two vixens seemed to have known about Kong Shinmu's background. They are Jiang Tianqi's men. Yu Ruxin said through gritted teeth. No wonder he didn't run away when Han Xian and Guya was in front of him. Instead, he went to help that Kong Shinmu. So it turns out that he knew about his background and tried to get closer to Kong Shinmu. How shameless. Su Wuji nodded in agreement. Kong Shinmu didn't know about these people's misunderstandings, but it didn't matter. After all, Dragon Ice City was just a passing place for him. Can we start now? Kong Shinmu said to Wei Binghai indifferently as he stood on the training ground. Alright, I'll give you a 3-move handicap. If you can defeat me, it'll be my loss. Let's begin. Wei Binghai puffed out his chest proudly. He didn't think much of Kong Shinmu. Unexpectedly, Kong Shinmu shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, "Why don't I give you a 3-move handicap? Come, come, come. If you can injure me, it'll be my loss." The conversation between the two of them caused everyone in the martial arts practice field to widen their eyes in disbelief. Both sides were extremely confident in themselves in this arranged battle. They wanted to give each other a 3-move handicap. Where did this confidence come from? Young Master Wei is being magnanimous. After all, he's 1 cultivation realm higher than that kid. If he makes the first move, wouldn't he be bullying him? That's right. However, this kid said he would give young Master Wei 3 moves. I can't help but want to laugh. He really overestimates himself. Who does he think he is to give young Master Wei 3 moves? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid he can't even take 1 move from young Master Wei. The onlookers immediately began to laugh at Kong Shinmu. From their point of view, Jiang Shenwu was purely putting on an act. If he let Wei Binghai make the first move, even if he lost, he would be able to find an excuse so that Jiang Tianqi wouldn't lose too much face. If they really fought, Kong Shinmu was absolutely no match for young Master Wei. Ha ha ha. Wei Binghai also laughed out loud. He didn't expect Kong Shinmu to be so confident, even more so than him. Do you know that you're at LV7 of the God Martial Arts realm, and I'm already at LV8 of the God Martial Arts realm? Wei Binghai stared at Kong Shinmu and couldn't help laughing. The gap of 1 cultivation realm is enough for my talent to crush you. I think you'd better make the first move. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even know how you die. You talk a lot of nonsense. Kong Shinmu smiled faintly. Isn't it just a arranged battle? Do you need to take it so seriously? If you want to defeat me, do it quickly. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. You. Wei Binghai really didn't expect that Kong Shinmu wouldn't give him face. Well, if that's the case, you're going to die. A stream of pale green light appeared in Wei Binghai's left and right hands respectively. The 2 streams of light abruptly dispersed, and within the green light, Wei Binghai transformed into a heavenly chill frozen dragon. His body was over 100 zhang long, and he blotted out the sky. Under the green light, he suddenly charged towards Jiang Shenwu. The 2 streaks of green light instantly turned into green arrows, condensing into a rain of arrows that rained down on Jiang Shenwu's location. Go to hell. A confident smile hung on Wei Binghai's face. He seemed to see the scene of Kong Shinmu being shot to death by the green arrows. This was because this dragon martial technique was already one of his strongest moves. He used this killing move right from the start to not give Kong Shinmu any chance to kill Kong Shinmu on the martial arts practice field. However, what happened next shocked him and almost everyone around the martial arts practice field. Magic Crystal. Kong Shinmu's figure changed and turned into a pitch-black divine dragon. Purple magic crystal directly appeared and condensed on his body. The green arrow rain fell in an instant and covered Kong Shinmu's entire divine dragon body. However, when the arrows hit the purple magic crystal, they couldn't break through the defense of the purple magic crystal. Countless green arrow rain was easily blocked by Kong Shinmu. There was even a pitch-black devouring power that spread out and swallowed the power of the arrow rain. This greatly increased Kong Shinmu's resistance to the opponent's 2 Earth-level dragon weapons. What? Wei Binghai was stunned on the spot. He had used 2 Earth-grade dragon weapons in his hands to launch this green arrow rain, and he also had the talent of celestial chill. He could easily suppress an ordinary cultivator at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. How could it be blocked by a mere Kong Shinmu? And it was so easy. This kid. Chapter 40-42. No one had expected that Wei Binghai's first move would be so easily blocked by Kang Xinmu. Jiang Tianqi's eyes also lit up. He had a whole new level of respect for the strength that Kang Xinmu had displayed. It's actually a body-tempering dragon martial technique. It's rare to see a dragon martial artist practicing a body-tempering dragon martial technique now. Jiang Tianqi narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. A body-tempering dragon martial technique was easier to obtain than other dragon martial techniques. However, it was too painful to practice. Generally speaking, there were very few people in the younger generation who could withstand the pain of practicing a body-tempering dragon martial technique. Most importantly, the fighting power of a body-tempering dragon martial technique in battle was not strong, so it was not very useful. If the opponent's attack dragon martial technique had reached a certain level of destructive power, then a body-tempering dragon martial technique would be useless no matter what. It would only be able to linger on for a while. It was better to focus on practicing a dragon martial technique and strive to defeat the opponent before the opponent defeated himself. This was the basic rhythm of a battle between dragon martial artists. However, he did not expect that when it came to Kang Xinmu, it would be completely different. This kid's fighting style seems to be really defensive. Jiang Tianqi nodded to himself. No wonder Kang Xinmu wanted his opponent to make the first move. It was probably because even if Kang Xinmu attacked blindly, it would be very difficult to defeat his opponent. Therefore, he might as well let his opponent make the first move. He would first defend steadily for a few rounds and then find an opportunity to counterattack. Jiang Tianqi's guess about Kang Xinmu could be said to be the closest. However, this was not Kang Xinmu's true thoughts. The current Kang Xinmu really did not put Wei Binghai in his eyes. Wei Binghai was only one level higher than him. It was basically impossible for him to injure Kang Xinmu. Why does your attack feel like it's just tickling me? The pitch-black divine dragon body soared above the martial practice field. The green arrow rain was all devoured by him. Following that, the entire divine dragon body suddenly rushed down and instantly arrived in front of Wei Binghai's heavenly freezing dragon. Go to hell. Without any hesitation, Wei Binghai condensed the extreme frost inherent power in his body into countless icicles and violently attacked the pitch-black divine dragon above him. At the same time, he unleashed all of his talents. Ice Spike Sky-Splitting Strike. Wei Binghai displayed a third-grade dragon martial skill. This was the strongest inherited dragon martial skill of the Wei clan, a third-grade dragon martial skill. Moreover, he had already cultivated it to the dragon grade. This move was Wei Binghai's true strongest trump card. Once he utilized it, even an opponent that had just stepped into the rebirth tribulation realm would retreat and not dare go head-on against it. At this moment, facing Kang Xinmu, he disregarded everything else and directly used his strongest move, wanting to directly kill Kang Xinmu in the martial arts arena. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu's strength far exceeded his expectations. The main thing was that Kang Xinmu's body had devoured a lot of frost attribute energy. His resistance against frost attribute energy was extremely terrifying. Basically, when the opponent's power landed on Kang Xinmu, it could only display 10 to 20% of its destructive power. To Kang Xinmu, this was the biggest trump card he could rely on to deal with Wei Binghai. If Wei Binghai had not awakened frost attribute energy, then Kang Xinmu would not have been able to deal with him so easily. But now, everything was decided. The Ice Spike Sky-Splitting Strike was a third-grade dragon martial art technique. Countless icicles erupted from the body of the Arctic Frost Dragon, covering the entire martial arts arena. Die. Wei Binghai did not want to be entangled with Kang Xinmu for too long. He decided to kill Kang Xinmu as soon as possible. The icicles filled the sky and a terrifying power erupted in all directions. The surrounding spectators could feel the killing intent contained in the icicles. Young Master Wei's move is really powerful. At the divine martial realm, this move is absolutely unstoppable. A third-grade dragon skill is already powerful. Wei Binghai has cultivated it to the dragon level. It's extremely powerful. With this move, he is already invincible. That's right. The Wei clan manor is indeed one of the strongest factions in Dragon Ice City. This Ice Spike Sky-Splitting Strike is extremely powerful. It will definitely be able to kill that kid. Everyone was in a flurry of discussion. They were envious of this move. A third-grade dragon skill was something that many Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon warriors wanted. Although Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon warriors had the chance to hunt 9th Firmament demons, it was still quite difficult. Every type of demon beast had different characteristics. To consecutively hunt 10 9th Firmament demons to exchange for a third-grade dragon skill was not something that could be done in a short period of time. How could it be easy to cultivate a third-grade dragon skill to the dragon level? It would take at least 3 to 5 years before it was possible. In the martial arts arena, Jiang Shenwu was faced with a sky full of icicles. The Ice Spike Sky-Splitting Strike. This third-grade dragon martial technique had caused the temperature around his body to plummet. Beads of ice had even appeared on the surface of the black dragon's body. The weather was so cold that even the flow of qi and blood in his divine dragon body was not smooth. This Ice Spike Sky-Splitting Strike can actually restrict the flow of qi and blood in the opponent's body. Fortunately, I have the power of devouring and am not afraid of this move. Otherwise, I might not have been able to survive this move. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. He now had a better understanding of Wei Binghai's strength. This move was probably Wei Binghai's strongest move, but it was still useless against Kang Xinmu. His entire body was covered in purple demonic crystals. Then, the golden halberd emitted a golden glow that enveloped his black dragon body. However, the countless icicles that tore through the sky landed on the golden glow and purple demonic crystals. They were immediately blocked, unable to break through Kang Xinmu's defense. Kang Xinmu's divine dragon body had an extremely strong resistance to the power of ice. The Ice Spike Sky-Splitting Strike could only unleash 10 to 20% of its power against Kang Xinmu. It could not harm his black dragon body at all. Amidst the icicles that filled the sky, Kang Xinmu suddenly roared. Before anyone could react, he suddenly rushed out of the sky of icicles and charged towards Wei Binghai's Skychill Frozen Dragon. What? Wei Binghai's expression immediately changed. What was going on with this Kang Xinmu? Why did even the Ice Spike Sky-Splitting Strike fail to restrain him? And this kid even immediately launched a counterattack. As for what he said earlier about giving him 3 moves, it was naturally a joke. Kang Xinmu already knew how strong Wei Binghai was. There was no need to waste time with him. In the next moment, he dashed down, and all the power of devouring turned into the Shadow Dragon Fang. Shadow Dragon Fang. It was also a third-grade dragon technique, but it was displayed by Kang Xinmu. At this moment, this dragon technique seemed to be easier for Kang Xinmu to display, and he had a deeper understanding of it. Originally, this Shadow Dragon Fang had already reached the dragon level. Chapter 40-43. A third-grade dragon technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. However, Kang Xinmu had the devouring power. Every time he used the Shadow Dragon Tooth transformation, his comprehension of this technique would increase rapidly. Ever since he had obtained this third-grade dragon technique, Kang Xinmu had been trying to improve it. Now that he had finally reached the dragon level, he had a deeper understanding of it. However, there was still a long way to go before he could improve this dragon technique to the heaven level. It would be difficult for Kang Xinmu to do so in a short period of time. After all, An ordinary dragon martial artist would need at least 3 to 5 years to cultivate a third-grade dragon technique to the dragon level. In such a short period of time, Kang Xinmu had cultivated the shadow dragon tooth transformation to the dragon level. Furthermore, he was able to comprehend it to the next level and advance towards the heaven level. This was quite unbelievable. Countless shadow dragon teeth fell from the body of the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. In an instant, they covered the entire body of the heavenly frozen dragon. This is the same level as my ice spike sky-splitting strike. Furthermore, your cultivation realm is one level lower than mine. You're dreaming if you think you can defeat me with this. Wei Binghai snorted coldly when he saw this. His entire body was enveloped by the frost innate ability, and a layer of frost defense barrier appeared around his divine dragon body, protecting him. However, he did not know that this move of Kang Xinmu's was condensed from the devouring power. When the shadow dragon teeth came into contact with the ice defense barrier, they engulfed the ice defense barrier. There was no pause as the shadow dragon teeth quickly engulfed the ice defense barrier completely. Then, the remaining energy of the shadow dragon teeth finally landed on the heavenly frozen dragon's body. As Wei Binghai definitely did not cultivate any body-tempering dragon-type martial techniques, it was impossible for him to completely block Jiang Shenwu's attack. Under the attack of the underworld shadow dragon teeth, even with the ice barrier, he was unable to completely block it. Of course, because Kang Xinmu's cultivation realm was one level lower than Wei Binghai's, his attack could not cause too much damage to Wei Binghai. However, as long as there was a wound, that was enough. The devouring power had already seeped into Wei Binghai's divine dragon body through that small wound. You want to defeat me with just this? You're too naive. Wei Binghai still hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. He sneered. He could feel that Kang Xinmu's all-out attack had only caused a little bit of damage to him. This little injury didn't affect anything at all. On the contrary, Kang Xinmu's energy consumption was even greater. If this continued, Wei Binghai would definitely be able to obtain the final victory. Originally, he thought that this was certain. However, as his ice spike sky-split strike was blocked by Kang Xinmu, he began to take Kang Xinmu seriously. Unfortunately, this level of attention was still not enough. Kang Xinmu's strength was far beyond his imagination. The devouring power began to wreak havoc in Wei Binghai's body. It devoured his talent, flesh, and life essence, and continuously integrated them into Kang Xinmu's divine dragon body. The energy that he had consumed was now recovering at an extremely fast speed. In contrast, Wei Binghai's energy was constantly being weakened. Before he could use the next move of the dragon martial technique to deal with Kang Xinmu, he had already sensed that something was wrong with his body. Huh? What's going on? Wei Binghai's expression changed. He could feel that his energy and vitality were constantly being devoured. His life force was also constantly flowing away in the process of being devoured. This was not a good situation. Ice Spike Sky-Split Strike. Without hesitation, he used the Grade 3 Dragon Martial technique again. A terrifying force suddenly swept up and charged towards Kang Xinmu in the sky. Countless ice spikes with the coldest killing intent swept towards Kang Xinmu. However, the power of this move did not pose much of a threat to Kang Xinmu. It was easily blocked by the Dragon Martial technique with the magic crystal. The magic crystal was a purple magic crystal condensed by the devouring power. Now, not only did it have a strong defense, but it could also devour the opponent's energy, thereby increasing Kang Xinmu's resistance to the opponent's power. Without any suspense, Wei Binghai, who had been eroded by the devouring power, was no longer a threat to Kang Xinmu. As the second Ice Spike Sky-Split strike was used, Kang Xinmu turned his hand and used the Shadow Dragon Tooth. Accompanied by countless golden halberds, it fell towards Wei Binghai's celestial freezing dragon. Wei Binghai also felt that his strength was constantly being weakened. However, he could not think of any way to stop this situation. If this continued, he would definitely lose. What's going on? Young Master Wei's strength seems to be weakened a lot. I don't know. Kong Shinmu seems to be getting easier and easier to block young Master Wei's attacks. Moreover, he seems to be in peak condition at all times. What's going on? What kind of talent does Kong Shinmu have? It seems a little strange. Many people could tell that something was wrong with the situation, and it made them feel surprised and incredulous about the battle on the martial arts practice field. Could it be that Kong Shinmu could really defeat Wei Binghai? If this really happened, it would be a big deal in the entire Dragon Ice City. There were many reincarnation realm super powerhouses in the arena, including Jiang Tianqi. At this moment, they also seemed to have understood something. Jiang Tianqi had a faint smile on his face. So this is the power. This talent can devour the power of others for one's own use? Moreover, it seems to be able to weaken the opponent's attack. Many people could see this point. However, no one really understood the power of devouring. Kong Shinmu had only used one of its functions, which was to devour the flesh and blood essence of his opponent. On this point, Wei Binghai should have already deeply experienced it. However, even if he knew this point, it was impossible for him to take any measures against Jiang Shenwu. This was because he would definitely lose this battle. Wei Binghai, are you still not going to admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, I will devour all the flesh and blood essence in your body, and you will die. Kong Shinmu said faintly as he resisted Wei Binghai's attack. Since he had decided not to kill Wei Binghai, Kong Shinmu naturally would not kill him, lest he caused more trouble. Wei Binghai clenched his teeth. He was the one who proposed this challenge, and he even used the pure spirit snow pill as a bet. This was a draft that could help him settle down for a while, and then directly step into the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. If he really lost to Kong Shinmu like this, wouldn't it be a huge loss? It should be known that his father had spent a lot of effort to get it for him. How could he be willing to lose to Kong Shinmu like this? If Jiang Tianqi was not a witness, Wei Binghai would not have fulfilled the bet. But now, the spirit-cleansing snow pill had been handed over to Jiang Tianqi. If he lost, it would be absolutely impossible for him to get it back. No, this is absolutely impossible. Wei Binghai was going crazy. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Kong Shinmu, but he was really unwilling to lose. Under such circumstances, he really could not think of any way. Chapter 40-44. His father was here. Wei Binghai heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was also a little afraid because his father was very strict. Now that he had challenged someone in public and lost, he was afraid that his father would not let him off easily when he got back, but since his father was here, Wei Binghai felt that his clear spirit snow pill would be safe. A middle-aged man dressed in a silk robe was walking toward the training ground. He had a square face and a serious expression. His features were very similar to Wei Binghai's. This man was Wei Binghai's father, Wei Longtian. Behind him were many elders of the Wei clan. At this moment, they were all walking toward the training ground with gloomy faces. Obviously, they had received news of Wei Binghai's challenge. Moreover, as soon as they arrived, they saw that Wei Binghai seemed to be completely suppressed. Not to mention winning, he had even suffered serious injuries. It would take a lot of time and money to heal. Trash. Wei Longtian ran over with a gloomy face. Still not admitting defeat? Hearing this, Wei Binghai immediately shouted, "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." As if he had been pardoned, he ran straight toward Wei Longtian, who was below the training ground. This was a sign that he wanted to be protected. Subconsciously, he was still living under his father's protection. This young man on the stage, is his name Kong Shinmu? Wei Longtian did not even look at his son, allowing him to hide behind him. He then looked at Kang Xinmu on the stage. "Sir, your son has lost the challenge. According to the bet, that clear spirit snow pill belongs to me, Kang Xinmu." Kang Xinmu looked at Wei Longtian and said in a humble manner. "Ah! Who does this kid think he is? How dare he speak to Wei Longtian like this? He's courting death. That's right. A mere junior should at least use honorifics when meeting Wei Longtian. How dare he be so indifferent? I'm afraid Wei Longtian will bear a grudge against him. I feel that this Kang Xinmu has quite a character. Anyway, he has already defeated Wei Binghai and offended the Wei clan. What's the use of showing respect to Wei Longtian?" Everyone began to discuss spiritedly. What they didn't know was that Kang Xinmu had said the same thing to Sacred Dragon Shitao back in Dragon Prison City. He even ordered the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon around. After all, the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon was at the peak of the reincarnation realm. Even the Dragon King was no match for him. Compared to the sky-opening demonic dragon, Wei Longtian was nothing. Wei Longtian was not qualified to make Kang Xinmu use honorifics on him. Moreover, Kang Xinmu would only use honorifics towards elders that he respected, such as the Demon Hunters Association's Jiang Tianqi, or the Dragon Prison Domain's Holy Dragon Shitao. The others were his enemies, so why did they have to use honorifics? Therefore, when Kang Xinmu met Wei Longtian, he did not give him any face at all. This made Wei Longtian's face even more gloomy. He felt that this junior, Jiang Shenwu, was just too bold, which made him feel angry. If he did not teach this brat a lesson, could he still be considered a Saint Dragon expert of the Wei clan? Like Shitao of Dragon Prison City, Wei Longtian was the head of the Wei clan in Dragon Ice City. He was also a Sacred Dragon expert. He immediately snorted coldly, but did not say anything to Kang Xinmu. In his eyes, Kang Xinmu was not qualified to talk to him. Now, Wei Longtian wanted to take back the spirit-cleansing snow pill from Jiang Tianqi, and then deal with Kang Xinmu. After all, he was just a kid in the divine martial arts realm. It would be too easy to deal with him, so there was no need for him to care. Jiang Tianqi, on the other hand, was an existence that Wei Longtian had to respect. Not only was Wei Longtian stronger than him, but Jiang Tianqi had a wide circle of friends and a strong background. He was an important figure in the Demon Hunters Association. "Mr. Jiang Tianqi. This matter was caused by my son's ignorance. I spent a lot of effort to obtain that spirit-cleansing snow pill. I hope that you can return it. The Wei clan will be eternally grateful." Wei Longtian turned to the side and said calmly to Jiang Tianqi. "Oh." Jiang Tianqi didn't even turn his head. He didn't even look at Wei Longtian. "Your son gave this pill to me as a stake in the duel. Since he has admitted defeat, then this medicinal pill belongs to the victor, Jiang Shenwu. What's the reason for you to want to take it back now?" If Kang Xinmu was disrespectful to Wei Longtian, then Jiang Tianqi did not give Wei Longtian any face. He did not even look at him. To Jiang Tianqi, a sacred dragon didn't mean anything. This was because he also had the blood essence of a sacred dragon. Some people even said that he was hiding the blood essence of a dragon king, which was on the same level as the Dragon Ice King of Dragon Ice City. Under such circumstances, whether it was the Wei clan residence in Dragon Ice City or the other sacred dragon residences, Jiang Tianqi did not need to care. Originally, Wei Longtian and Jiang Tianqi did not have much contact. Sometimes, the Wei clan would head to the Demon Hunters Association to purchase some items, and the Wei clan would also hand over many demon pills to the Demon Hunters Association. These could only be considered as business contacts. As for the personal relationship between Wei Longtian and Jiang Tianqi, it had never happened. Wei Longtian had originally thought that since he was the head of the Wei clan, Jiang Tianqi would not disrespect him, right? However, he did not expect that Jiang Tianqi would not give him any face at all. In front of so many people, he did not even look at him, and even rejected his request to return the spirit-cleansing snow pill. Wei Longtian wanted to say something, but after some thought, he swallowed his saliva and swallowed his words. If that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. Wei Longtian said unwillingly. Then, he turned around and scolded Wei Binghai coldly, "What are you waiting for? Get lost with me." Am I spirit-cleansing snow pill? Wei Binghai was dumbfounded. He did not expect his father to give up just like that. Cut the crap. Go back and confine yourself. You are not allowed to leave for 3 months. Wei Longtian grabbed Wei Binghai like an eagle grabbing a little chick, and left the training ground. Without a doubt, he did not want to say anything more to Jiang Tianqi, nor did he want to become enemies with the Demon Hunters Association over a spirit-cleansing snow pill. Most importantly, maintaining a good relationship with the Demon Hunters Association was something that the Wei clan had to do. They could not be rude to Jiang Tianqi. Everyone in the martial arts practice field sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. They looked at Jiang Shenwu and Jiang Tianqi with envy and admiration. They were too envious of Kang Xinmu. Because the situation just now had clearly shown that Jiang Tianqi was helping Kang Xinmu, and he was willing to offend the Wei clan for it. Did this not mean that the relationship between Kang Xinmu and Jiang Tianqi was not ordinary? Chapter 40-45. Wei Longtian took a deep look at Jiang Tianqi, as well as Kang Xinmu, who was on the training ground. Then, he turned around and left with the people of the Wei clan. The people around the training ground could not believe their eyes at this scene. Wei Longtian wanted to ask Jiang Tianqi for the spirit-cleansing snow pill, but Jiang Tianqi did not give him any face at all. What did this mean? It meant that Wei Longtian was nothing in Jiang Tianqi's eyes. In the entirety of Dragon Ice City, Jiang Tianqi's status and strength were similar to the Dragon King's. It was rumored that he was on the same level as the Dragon King. From the looks of it now, this speculation of the public was even more confirmed. Otherwise, Jiang Tianqi would not have been so rude to Wei Longtian, not giving him any face at all. Let's go back. Jiang Tianqi raised his hand and prepared to take Kang Xinmu back. Kang Xinmu obviously would not drag things out. He followed him back to the Monster Hunters Union. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, who were watching from the surroundings, naturally followed them. As for Su Wuji, Yu Ruxin, and the others, they all stared at them with jealousy. They were very displeased. No wonder. They really did latch onto the seniors of the Monster Hunters Union. I was wondering why they would have so many 6th-grade ice cores otherwise, Yu Ruxin said disdainfully. She was rather jealous of Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. After all, she also wanted this kind of background and relationship. It was just that such a good thing would never fall into her hands. She thought that it was all a matter of luck, but little did she know that she had the chance to obtain some 6th-grade ice cores in the first place. As long as she had stayed to help Kang Xinmu from the start, Kang Xinmu would not have treated her unfairly no matter what. Unfortunately, she had run away back then, so it was impossible for Kang Xinmu to treat her as a friend anymore. In fact, when Su Wuji was heavily injured, Kang Xinmu had even thought of helping him heal. With his devouring power, it was not a big problem at all. Unfortunately, before Kang Xinmu could defeat Han Xian and Guya, Yu Ruxin had run away with Su Wuji. Since that was the case, Kang Xinmu was happy to be idle and could not be bothered with them anymore. Soon, Kang Xinmu followed Jiang Tianqi back to the Demon Hunters Association. Everyone thought that Kang Xinmu was Jiang Tianqi's man, which was why Jiang Tianqi was so protective of him. However, no one knew that in reality, Kang Xinmu and Jiang Tianqi had a transactional relationship. As for not giving face to Wei Longtian, that was Jiang Tianqi's business. It had nothing to do with Kang Xinmu. There are all grade 2 dragon martial techniques here, pick one for yourself. Jiang Tianqi brought Kang Xinmu to a loft. In this loft, an extremely precious second-grade dragon martial technique cultivation manual was carefully placed. A dragon martial artist who could cultivate a grade 2 dragon martial technique to the heaven grade and then record it down into a manual was at least a holy dragon. Moreover, many holy dragon powerhouses might not even cultivate a second-grade dragon technique. Even if they did, it would not be easy to reach the perfect heaven level. Therefore, a grade 2 dragon martial technique was extremely precious. Its power was also terrifying. Compared to a grade 3 dragon martial technique, it was at least twice as powerful. Kang Xinmu began to choose a grade 2 dragon martial technique from the loft. Originally, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had left 9 grade 6 ice cores for Kang Xinmu so that he could choose a grade 3 dragon martial technique when he came back. They did not expect that Kang Xinmu would cause such a huge commotion as soon as he came back. He could actually choose a grade 2 dragon martial technique. If they did not know that Kang Xinmu did not have a deep relationship with the Demon Hunters Association, even Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue would probably think that Kang Xinmu belonged to Jiang Tianqi. Now, although they did not know the exact situation, they were sure that Kang Xinmu had given Jiang Tianqi something precious. That was why Jiang Tianqi was protecting him and standing on his side. Since that is the case, these 9 grade 6 ice cores, in addition to the one I have on me, can be used to choose a grade 3 dragon martial technique. As for who wants to cultivate it, it is up to you. Kang Xinmu took out the last grade 6 ice core and handed it to Shi Yueying. He had previously parted ways with the 2 girls and returned to the heaven-opening demon realm. 7 days later, he came out in the Dragon Ice Canyon and coincidentally encountered a 9th heavenly demon. He killed it and took the grade 6 ice core. There were exactly 10 of them now. After collecting them, he could exchange them for a grade 3 dragon martial technique. There's no need. I think you should use these 10 grade 6 ice cores. Shi Yueying waved her hands and retreated. Both of us found a grade 3 dragon martial technique and we can't wait to cultivate it. How can we have the time to cultivate something else? It is better to give it to you. Although you already have a grade 2 dragon martial technique, a grade 3 dragon martial technique is not bad either. With your talent, it should not be a problem for you to cultivate it at the same time, right? Since that is the case, all right. Kang Xinmu thought for a moment and nodded. To him, the strongest dragon martial techniques he could use now were the grade 3 Shadow Dragon Fang transformation and the grade 4 body tempering dragon martial technique, Magic Crystal. Other than that, he also had a defensive dragon martial technique and a movement dragon martial technique. The Roaring Sky Dragon Claw and the Void-Piercing Dragon Shadow were almost eliminated. It was not that they were not strong, but now that Kang Xinmu's level had increased, if he used those grade 5 dragon martial techniques, he would not be able to deal with the opponents he would encounter in the future. Martial Dragon God's Shield. A grade 2 dragon martial technique is a powerful defensive dragon martial technique. It uses one's own talent and the divine dragon's blood essence to condense a defensive shield wall. It is second to none among the defensive dragon martial techniques. Soon, Kang Xinmu chose a grade 2 dragon martial technique, Martial Dragon God's Shield. He had never cultivated any defensive dragon martial technique before. Originally, he wanted to choose a grade 2 body tempering dragon martial technique. But after thinking about it, he now had a grade 4 dragon martial technique, Magic Crystal. In terms of dragon physique, he was not weak. If he cultivated a grade 2 dragon martial technique and replaced the Magic Crystal, it might not make him stronger, and the increase in strength would be limited. But if he cultivated a grade 2 defensive dragon martial technique, it could be used in combination with the Magic Crystal. When the two were combined, there would be even fewer dragon martial artists who could break through his defense. Martial Dragon God's Shield, once I successfully cultivate it, my defense will reach a new level. At the very least, it will allow me to fight against opponents of a higher realm. Kang Xinmu's eyes flashed. He was very clear that he could already deal with those dragon martial artists with heavenly dragon inheritance at the first level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. But after cultivating the martial Dragon God's Shield, he could at least deal with experts at the second level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Of course, it was only limited to dragon martial artists with ice attribute. If it was a dragon martial artist with other attributes, it would be a bigger threat to Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu might not be a match for a Nirvana Tribulation realm expert at the first level. Chapter 40-46. For the second grade dragon skill, Kang Xinmu chose the defensive dragon skill, the Dragon Martial God's Shield. As for the third grade dragon skill, he chose the agility dragon skill, the Extreme Shadow Flowing Light. Extreme Shadow Flowing Light was a third-grade movement dragon-like martial skill. It was an extremely powerful technique. The reason why Jiang Xinwu had chosen this technique was because it could completely replace the previous sky-splitting dragon shadow. Moreover, it was much more powerful than the sky-piercing dragon shadow. At full power, it could at least double Kang Xinmu's speed. Once he cultivated the Extreme Shadow Flowing Light to a higher level, Kang Xinmu would be able to transform into the Extreme Shadow Flowing Light, and no dragon warrior of the same level would be able to catch up to him. Dragon Martial God's Shield. Extreme Shadow Flowing Light. Kang Xinmu's next goal was to cultivate these two dragon skills. The best way to cultivate dragon skills was to train. However, Kang Xinmu had just offended Wei Binghai and Wei Longtian, so it was not suitable for him to train outside the city. Therefore, the best way was to find someone to spar with. The dragon skills that he had just learned would improve quickly in sparring, but once he reached the earth level, sparring would be useless. If it's a body-refining dragon skill, I can just mutilate myself to practice it. Kang Xinmu shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. For him, the biggest difference between the defensive dragon skills and the body-refining dragon skills was that he could quickly cultivate the body-refining dragon skills by mutilate himself and devouring power. However, he could not use this method for the defensive dragon skills. He found Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue and prepared to work with the two girls to familiarize himself with the two new dragon skills he had learned. When sparring, they naturally needed to find a safe place where no one would disturb them. For this reason, Jiang Tianqi had arranged an arena for the three of them in the Monster Hunters Association. There were many arenas in the arena, and one of them was reserved for them. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue were both at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. However, after the arranged battle with Wei Binghai, Kang Xinmu obtained a Clear Spirit Snow Pill and gave it to Shi Yueying. Take this Clear Spirit Snow Pill. You should improve yourself first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to pose much of a threat to me if we spar. Kang Xinmu said to her. Without hesitation, Shi Yueying took out the Clear Spirit Snow Pill and prepared to consume it. Because she knew that only she could use this Clear Spirit Snow Pill. Jiang Liuxue was a sky mysterious jade fire dragon, so she didn't need ice attribute pills, and Kang Xinmu didn't need them. 3 days passed. In the guest room of the Demon Hunters Association, Shi Yueying consumed the Clear Spirit Snow Pill and absorbed its energy. 3 days later, she finally broke through to the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm as she wished. The powerful energy contained in the Clear Spirit Snow Pill was completely absorbed by her. Compared to breaking through to the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, Kang Xinmu was more concerned about the awakening of the 5 extreme mysterious ice force in her body. Originally, the 5 extreme mysterious ice force could only be considered a hidden power for her. She could use it, but it only contained a small portion of the 5 extreme mysterious ice force, so she couldn't unleash too much power. However, after consuming the clear spirit snow pill, the 5 extreme mysterious ice force in her body was activated. When she appeared in front of Kang Xinmu again, Shi Yueying, who had transformed into a divine dragon, had finally transformed into a 5 extreme mysterious ice dragon. After she transformed into a dragon, her body was more than 600 feet long, and there were 5 mysterious patterns on her body. Terrifying profound ice energy constantly surged out from these 5 patterns. Finally completely awakened, 5 extreme mysterious ice dragon. In the arena of the Demon Hunters Association, Kang Xinmu finally heaved a sigh of relief, while Jiang Liuxue was a little envious. The 5 extreme mysterious ice dragon was an extremely rare sky dragon inheritance blood essence. Furthermore, it was one of the easier types to upgrade. As long as one had enough dragon energy crystals, they could transform into divine dragon blood essence at the level of a sacred dragon. Of course, things like dragon energy crystals were really hard to come by. For an ordinary dragon martial artist, they would need at least 100 or 200 dragon energy crystals to upgrade from a sky dragon to a sacred dragon. This was basically impossible. However, for the 5 extreme mysterious ice dragon that Shi Yueying had awakened, she only needed 5 dragon energy crystals to break through and become a sacred dragon martial artist. Although 5 dragon energy crystals were still relatively rare and difficult to obtain, it was still more realistic than 100 or 200 dragon energy crystals. Kang Xinmu, let's spar. Shi Yueying had also cultivated a new dragon martial technique, Icy Will Heavenly Snow. However, she had cultivated it 7 days earlier than Kang Xinmu and had already comprehended it to the human level. Its power was already extraordinary. However, while she had been consuming the clear spirit snow pill, Kang Xinmu had also cultivated the dragon martial god's shield to the human level. He had also cultivated the dragon-type martial technique, extreme shadow flowing light, to the human level. This was the result of his sparring with Jiang Liuxue. Now that he had a 5 extreme mysterious ice dragon like Shi Yueying as an opponent, his speed of improvement would definitely be even faster. The 3 of them sparred with each other in the Demon Hunters Association to improve their understanding of dragon martial techniques and make themselves stronger. At this moment, a piece of bad news came from Dragon Ice City. The Northern Chill Dragon Nation seemed to have gone crazy for some reason, actually sending many dragon martialists to invade the Flame Dragon Dynasty's territory from all directions. This situation immediately attracted Dragon Emperor's attention. The Dragon Emperor quickly ordered the entire Dragon Emperor's territory to be on guard, especially the dragon martial artists at the border of the dragon territory. They were to be ready for battle at any time. The Northern Chill Dragon Country had an ulterior motive and launched an attack on the Dragon Emperor's territory. No one in the Dragon Emperor's territory knew of this motive. Even the Dragon Emperor himself did not know. No matter what, the other party had invaded the Dragon Emperor's territory and the Dragon Emperor's territory could not sit still and wait for death. Soon, powerful dragon martial artists were sent out one after another to intercept the dragon martial artists of the Northern Chill Dragon Country who had invaded the territory of the Dragon Emperor's territory. Moreover, because the dragon martial artists of the Northern Chill Dragon Country all inherited the divine dragon blood of the ice attribute, the Flame Dragon Emperor deliberately transferred some dragon martial artists from the Dragon Emperor's territory to the south. The talent of these dragon martial artists had a certain restraining effect on the dragon martial artists of the Northern Chill Dragon Country who had the ice attribute. As a result, more and more people came to the north. Among them were some of the dragon martial artists from the Dragon Prison Domain. Previously, during the clan competition, Kang Xinmu's opponents also headed towards the northern border. Kang Xinmu, Shi Yueying, and Jiang Liuxue naturally heard the news of the approaching storm. Moreover, Kang Xinmu was looking forward to the actions of the Northern Chill Dragon Country this time. This was because only in actual combat could the dragon martial skill that he cultivated be tempered and improved at the fastest speed. Chapter 40-47. The Northern Chill Dragon Country had sent out the Dragon Warrior Army in an attempt to invade the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. It seemed that they wanted to annex the extremely cold land near Dragon Ice City. Only dragon warriors of the divine martial arts realm were qualified to participate in such a war. Otherwise, going on the battlefield was simply courting death. Moreover, a dragon martial artist who only inherited the blood essence of a mortal dragon or a true dragon would only be at the level of cannon fodder and ordinary soldiers in such a battlefield. Only a dragon martial artist who had reached the level of a heavenly dragon would be qualified to influence the situation of some small-scale battlefields. As for some large-scale battles, Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon warriors were required to be present to control the situation. Kong Shinmu, are we really going to participate in this war? Jiang Liuxue was a little hesitant. She felt that she was not strong enough. If she participated in this war, she would likely die at the hands of the Northern Chill Dragon Country's dragon warriors. That's right. If you don't want to go, no one will force you. Kong Shinmu smiled and said. He could see Jiang Liuxue's hesitation. He knew that Jiang Liuxue did not have the devouring talent power like him. She could easily fight against the Northern Chill Dragon Country's dragon warriors with great adaptability to the same type of talent power. Therefore, it was completely understandable that Jiang Liuxue did not want to go. However, looking at the expressions of Kong Shinmu and Shi Yueying, their eagerness to try made Jiang Liuxue's heart gradually surge. Without a doubt, an intense battle was the true training ground for a dragon martial artist. A battle with a demonic beast could at most be considered a small skirmish. Although it was also a matter of life and death, it lacked the urgency of a confrontation with a dragon martial technique. Jiang Liuxue had not fought with a dragon warrior for a long time. Now, this was an opportunity. No, I want to go. Jiang Liuxue quickly changed her mind and made up her mind. No matter what, I am a dragon warrior who inherited the blood essence of the heavenly dragon. Even those mortal dragons and true dragons are willing to fight against the Northern Chill Dragon Country. Why should I retreat? Moreover, if she followed Kong Shinmu, her chances of survival would be much higher than that of an ordinary dragon warrior. Jiang Liuxue only thought of these words in her heart. She didn't say them out loud, but from this, it could be seen how much importance she placed on Kong Shinmu. To be honest, Kong Shinmu wasn't completely confident that he would be able to survive the battle against the Northern Chill Dragon Country. After all, the Dragon Warrior battlefield was a chaotic place. Other than the Northern Chill Dragon Country and the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty, there were definitely many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Even the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty's own people might become his opponents. For example, if Dragon Ice City's Wei Binghai saw Kong Shinmu on the battlefield, he would definitely not hesitate to attack him. All sorts of unexpected situations could lead to one's death if one was not careful. Moreover, on the battlefield of the Dragon Warriors, it was very likely that one would encounter opponents who were completely beyond one's capabilities. For example, if the other side had a powerhouse at the divine dragon blood essence level, Kong Shinmu would definitely not be their opponent. Whether it was the Northern Chill Dragon Country or the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty, there weren't many experts with the divine dragon blood essence. In the Dragon Prison domain, the Dragon Ice domain, and a few other nearby domains, the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty would at most send 10 Holy Dragon experts, just like the Holy Dragon Shitao. This time, the Dragon Prison domain had also sent people to participate in the battle, led by the Holy Dragon Xia Yan. Kong Shinmu brought Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying along to replenish their supplies in Dragon Ice City. Very quickly, they saw some familiar figures in the city. They were the many dragon warriors from the Dragon Prison domain, led by the Holy Dragon Xia Yan. This time, the Dragon Prison domain had sent the Holy Dragon Xia Yan to lead the team. In addition to bringing many core experts who had already reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, they also brought many young geniuses from the dragon prison domain, such as Zhang Feng, Zhang Shijian, Meng Chou, Meng Tianqing, Meng Chong, and so on. These genius dragon warriors who could step into the finals of the clan martial competition followed Xia Yan to Dragon Eye City, preparing to step onto the battlefield with the Northern Chill Dragon country. This was because Dragon King Qiu was very clear that although these genius dragon warriors had good talent, if they wanted to truly grow, they would still have to experience blood and fire. However, this group of people were not the strongest of the younger generation of dragon warriors sent by the dragon prison domain. Whether it was Zhang Feng, Meng Chou, or the Ji tribe's Ji Yuan, they were all following behind the other young genius dragon warriors. These genius youths, on the other hand, belonged to the genius younger generation of the various major powers in the dragon prison city. For example, the two sons of the Xia clan's holy dragon Xia Yan were both super geniuses that were not inferior to Dragon Eye City's Wei Binghai. They were also about to participate in the battle against the Northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors. Previously, when Kong Shinmu was in the dragon prison city, he had killed one of Xia Yan's sons and even seized a dragon-level dragon weapon from the Xia clan's mansion. It was an ice origin spirit wheel, and it had always been with Shi Yueying. Recently, Shi Yueying had awakened the 5 extreme mysterious ice force and become a 5 extreme mysterious ice dragon. Combined with the ice origin spirit wheel, her power was extremely great, and she definitely far surpassed her dragon warriors' opponents of the same realm as her. Not to mention that holy dragon Xia Yan had died, Xia Tianhan, but he had more than 10 sons, so he didn't care about Xia Tianhan's death at all. He only felt a little heartache for the dragon-level dragon weapon, the ice origin spirit wheel. It could be imagined that if this holy dragon Xia Yan met Kong Shinmu and Shi Yueying on the battlefield, he would definitely not have a good attitude. It was even possible that he would kill them instead. Inside Dragon Eye City, near the Demon Hunter Association, Kong Shinmu passed by with the 2 girls and met holy dragon Xia Yan, who was leading many young geniuses in the dragon prison domain. He had discovered Xia Yan and the others, so naturally, they had also discovered Kong Shinmu and the others. Isn't that Kong Shinmu and Shi Yueying? They're actually in Dragon Eye City. I didn't expect them to be here before us. How is this possible? We rushed over from the dragon prison domain as fast as possible. I heard that they've been here for a long time. However, it's not because of the war in the Northern Chill Dragon country, but because Kong Shinmu wants to find his father, Jiang Zizai. His father is in a place near Dragon Eye City? Some of the young dragon warriors who had participated in the clan martial competition behind holy dragon Xia Yan started discussing among themselves. On the other hand, the young geniuses of Dragon Prison City's Holy Dragon Mansion didn't pay much attention to Kong Shinmu. After all, Kong Shinmu was just a genius of a clan. Compared to the geniuses of Dragon Prison City, there was still a big gap. For example, of Xia Yan's 2 sons, one was in the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, and the other was in the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. No matter which one of them it was, they were much stronger than the current Kong Shinmu. A mere country bumpkin stepping onto such a battlefield will only lead to death. Chapter 40-48. This person's name was Xia Lai, and he was one of the more outstanding sons of sacred dragon Xia Yan. This time, Xia Yan was preparing to go to the dragon warrior battlefield with his 2 sons. One of them was Xia Lai, and the other was Xia Yueying, who had always been calm and had a cold gaze. Xia Lai had a fiery temper, and now he stood up and directly looked down on Kong Shinmu. Unfortunately, Kong Shinmu didn't pay any attention to these guys. Because he had already defeated Wei Binghai, an existence at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Among the people of the same generation from the Dragon Prison Domain, only Xia Yueying, who was at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, could pique Kong Shinmu's interest. If they were to fight, Kong Shinmu might not necessarily be Xia Yueying's match. After all, Xia Yuan didn't have the ice-attributed divine dragon blood essence, so Kang Xinmu's advantage wouldn't be as great as it was against Wei Binghai. However, if he were to familiarize himself with him, defeating Xia Yuan wouldn't be impossible. Kang Xinmu only glanced at these people, then turned around and left with the two women behind him, ignoring them. Sacred Dragon Xia Yan took another look at Kang Xinmu and narrowed his eyes. This kid's aura is much denser than before. His progress can be said to be lightning fast. Xia Lai, if you meet him alone on the battlefield, you must not show mercy. You must use your strongest means to kill him. Understood? Xia Lai nodded seriously. Although he looked disdainful and contemptuous towards Kang Xinmu just now, in fact, he was extremely meticulous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been valued by Xia Yan. Against Kang Xinmu, although he had absolute confidence in winning, he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. After all, during the clan martial competition, he had secretly observed those battles. This Kang Xinmu was only at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm at that time, yet he was able to obtain first place in the clan martial competition. Now that he was at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, his rate of improvement was too fast. What level had his true fighting strength reached? It was really hard to predict. Even Xia Lai, who was at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, might not be a match for him. Let's talk about it on the battlefield. The corners of Xia Lai's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes were filled with viciousness and cruelty. To him, Kang Xinmu was his next target and his enemy. No matter what, Kang Xinmu had killed his younger brother, Xia Tianhan. This was something he could not forgive. Kang Xinmu, are we going to the battlefield now? Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue asked Kang Xinmu. Just now, they also saw the group of people brought by Xia Yan, but since Kang Xinmu didn't care, they didn't think much about it. It's about time. If we want to improve our dragon martial skill, we will have to experience real battles. We will either fight demonic beasts or other dragon martial artists. Kang Xinmu narrowed his eyes. After all, fighting demonic beasts is not as useful as fighting dragon martial artists. Since the Northern Chill Dragon country has invaded our Dragon Emperor Empire, we will look for dragon martial artists from the Northern Chill Dragon country and deal with them. Okay. The two girls nodded and didn't oppose Kang Xinmu's decision. In any case, to the two girls, whatever Kang Xinmu decided, they would follow Kang Xinmu. In any case, Kang Xinmu wouldn't send them to their deaths. Soon, Kang Xinmu took the two girls and flew out of Dragon Ice City. Dragon Ice City was still in the battle preparation stage. The dragon martial artists from the Northern Chill Dragon country were coming from all directions, but they were still scattered around the Arctic Snow Mountain. There was also a large army of dragon martial artists gathered together, which wasn't something that Kang Xinmu could deal with. Now that Kang Xinmu took the two girls with him, he wanted to find some small teams of dragon martial artists from the Northern Chill Dragon country and annihilate them. Because it was a battlefield for dragon martial artists, there were definitely many dragon martial artists who had inherited the heavenly dragon blood essence. This was the target that Kang Xinmu had set his sights on. It would allow him to improve his dragon martial skill and cultivation as quickly as possible. However, what Kang Xinmu didn't know was that as soon as they flew out of Dragon Ice City, someone followed them and flew out together. This person was the son of the sacred dragon Xia Yan, Xia Lai. Xia Lai didn't fly out alone. Meng Chou from the Meng tribe, Zhang Feng from the Zhang tribe, and Gu Tifeng from the Gu tribe came with him. These three were experts who had appeared in the clan martial arts competition. They were now at the 5th and 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Compared to the time when they were at the clan martial arts competition, they were much stronger. However, their progress was clearly not as fast as Kang Xinmu's. Therefore, when they saw Kang Xinmu in the city, they immediately followed Xia Lai and tailed behind Kang Xinmu from afar, chasing them out of Dragon Ice City. They can't really be thinking of going to the dragon martial artist battlefield directly, right? Meng Chou looked unhappy as he followed Xia Lai and flew forward. I don't think so. The three of them together aren't a match for a Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon martial artist. How would they dare to go to the battlefield? Let's catch up and get rid of them first. The corner of Xia Lai's mouth curled up. It was as if he could already see Kong Shinmu being killed by him and the two women behind Kong Shinmu. Now that they were far away from the dragon prison domain, even if he had sex with Shi Tao's daughter, Shi Yueying, what could Shi Tao do? Shi Tao wouldn't even know about this. Let's go. Catch up and kill them. Xia Lai, Meng Chou, Zhang Feng, and Gu Tifeng followed Kong Shinmu as they flew out of Dragon Ice City. Soon, they followed Kong Shinmu to an area of ice and snow. At this moment, Kong Shinmu suddenly turned around and surrounded the four of them with Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. I've noticed you for a long time. Why are you following us? Kong Shinmu transformed into a black dragon. His entire body was covered in pitch-black devouring power. He flew up from the forest and blocked Xia Lai's path. So you've already noticed us. You actually dared to fly so far. Looks like you're courting death. Xia Lai snorted coldly. He didn't put Kong Shinmu in his eyes at all. Jiang Liuxue didn't even make it to the finals of the clan tournament. Any one of you can kill her. As for Shi Yueying, she's Shi Tao's daughter. However, her talent isn't that great. It's impossible for the two of you to not be a match for her. As for the remaining Kong Shinmu, leave him to me. Xia Lai quickly assigned the opponents to everyone. Unfortunately, the corner of Kong Shinmu's mouth curled up. Xia Lai's estimation of their strength was completely wrong. Although Jiang Liuxue didn't make it to the finals of the clan tournament, her current strength had definitely surpassed any one of Meng Chou's group. As for Shi Yueying, it was needless to say. Even if Meng Chou and Jiang Liuxue joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for her. Chapter 40-49. Kong Shinmu narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that his opponent would really attack him. But looking at his opponent's distribution of opponents, he suddenly felt like laughing. Since that's the case, let's finish this quickly. Jiang Shenwu faintly smiled. He transformed into a pitch-black divine dragon and fiercely flew towards Xia Lai, who was at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. In addition, Meng Chou went after Jiang Liuxue alone. Zhang Feng and Gu Taifeng joined forces to attack Shi Yueying. They all wanted to kill their opponents as quickly as possible. As for Xia Lai, he was a raging inferno divine dragon. At this moment, he had transformed into the body of a divine dragon. His body was 100 feet long and was burning with fierce flames. Facing Jiang Shenwu, who was rushing over, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. He didn't think that Kong Shinmu was a match for him. Raging fire burning cloud break. The raging inferno divine dragon suddenly roared, and the flames on the surface of the divine dragon's body turned into layers of clouds, rushing towards the direction Jiang Shenwu was coming from. Under the sky full of fire clouds, the temperature of the air rose rapidly. There seemed to be heat waves in the air. The surface of Kong Shinmu's black dragon body suddenly seemed to be covered with a layer of raging fire, which made him feel a burning pain. Recently, he had been dealing with demonic beasts and dragon warriors with ice attribute power. His body's resistance to ice attribute power had reached its peak. Even Nirvana Tribulation Realm ice attribute dragon warriors would find it difficult to hurt Kong Shinmu now. But as for fire attribute power, Kong Shinmu hadn't been in contact with it recently, so he didn't have much resistance to it. Even Xia Lai, who was at level 8 of the divine martial realm and had the same cultivation as Wei Binghai, gave Kong Shinmu a much more oppressive force than Wei Binghai. However, Kang Xinmu was now at level 7 of the Divine Martial Realm. Moreover, he had cultivated a Grade 2 Dragon Martial technique. Facing Xia Lai, even if he didn't have the devouring power to devour fire attribute power, it was impossible for him to be defeated. Extreme Shadow Flowing Light. Kang Xinmu, who had transformed into a pitch-black divine dragon, flashed past Xia Lai's eyes like a ray of flowing light. He flew out of the attack range of Xia Lai's burning fire cloud burst and turned around to launch an attack at Xia Lai. Phantom Dragon Tooth Transformation. The pitch-black devouring power on Kang Xinmu's entire body condensed, and then transformed into shadow dragon teeth, whizzing towards Xia Lai's Inferno Divine Dragon, like raindrops pouring down. Countless dark dragon teeth had a terrifying destructive aura attached to them. Ever since he started cultivating this move, he had used this move to defeat too many opponents. Not long ago, Kang Xinmu had also comprehended a higher level of the dark dragon teeth transformation and was preparing to advance towards the heaven rank. Of course, the shadow dragon Fang transformation that Kang Xinmu had comprehended had yet to reach the heaven rank, but it was already stronger than the dragon rank. Countless dark dragon teeth whizzed down, forming a black shadow that swept towards Xia Lai at an extremely fast speed. In the face of Kang Xinmu's terrifying offensive, Xia Lai snorted lightly and did not dodge at all. Instead, he condensed his raging fire innate power, forming a circle of flames. Raging Fire Devouring Dragon Transformation. This was a Grade 3 Dragon Martial technique, similar to Kang Xinmu's Shadow Dragon Teeth transformation, and it was also a dragon-rank dragon martial technique. He was one of the most valued sons of Xia Yan, so it was not surprising that he had a Grade 3 dragon martial technique like Raging Fire Devouring Dragon Transformation. Immediately afterward, countless raging fire innate power formed a circle of flames from the Inferno Divine Dragon's body, sweeping towards the sky full of shadow dragon teeth, and then swallowing them one after another. Kang Xinmu had cultivated a Grade 3 dragon martial technique, Shadow Dragon Teeth Transformation, but at this moment, it had no effect on Xia Lai at all. Halberd of Heavenly Saint. Kang Xinmu quickly mobilized the dragon-rank dragon weapon in his body, turning the Halberd of Heavenly Saint into countless golden halberds that fell towards Xia Lai. Each golden halberd was like an arrow shining with golden light, and the tip of the halberd was condensed with pitch-black devouring power. Once it could break through Xia Lai's defense, it would be able to send the devouring power into Xia Lai's body, making Kang Xinmu invincible. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu had a dragon-rank dragon weapon, and Xia Lai also had one. Xia Lai's head roared, and then a dragon sword flew out from his mouth. This dragon sword was burning with terrifying flames, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly soared, and the scene in the air became a little blurry. Immediately afterward, this dragon sword instantly turned into countless flaming sword chi, heading straight for the golden halberd that Kang Xinmu was attacking from above. Blazing Fire Dragon Sword, Kill. Xia Lai mobilized the dragon-rank dragon weapon, causing the blazing fire dragon sword to clash with the halberd of Heavenly Saint. In mid-air, the flame talent power and the devouring power suddenly collided, causing one energy vortex after another to erupt. 200s of Zhonglong divine dragons constantly used dragon martial techniques and dragon weapons to fight against each other, and soon, the sky became their battlefield. Flames flew everywhere, and the devouring power spread in all directions. However, in this process, Xia Lai did not notice that Kang Xinmu was quietly using the devouring power to devour the flame talent power in the surroundings, and in the process, he was quietly increasing his own resistance to the power of fire. This process was not particularly fast, after all. Besides devouring power, the most important thing for Kang Xinmu was to defend against Xia Lai's attacks. If he wholeheartedly focused on devouring his opponent's power, he would have long been killed by Xia Lai. However, as long as this continued, there was no need for Kang Xinmu to worry. Sooner or later, he would be able to reach a certain degree of resistance to the power of fire, making it impossible for Xia Lai to do anything to him. Or, after they finish off their opponents, they'll come back to help me, it won't take long. As Kang Xinmu thought so, he glanced at his surroundings from the corner of his eyes. On the left was the fierce battle between Meng Qiu and Jiang Liuxue, powerful forces constantly erupting in mid-air. The rocky divine dragon and the mysterious blue flame dragon were entangled with each other, and the mysterious blue flame dragon's innate power filled the sky, but it was unable to break through the rocky divine dragon's defense. For a moment, Jiang Liuxue could only use the grade 3 dragon martial technique that he had recently cultivated, blue profound blue flame break. Meng Qiu was not Xia Lai, but the son of Dragon Prison City's holy dragon Xia Yan. It was impossible for him to cultivate a grade 3 dragon martial technique. At this moment, Jiang Liuxue's blue profound blue flame break was a great challenge for Meng Qiu. His expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and the power of the rocky divine dragon condensed in front of him, displaying a defensive dragon martial technique in order to resist Jiang Liuxue's attack. Chapter 40-50. Meng Qiu's defensive dragon technique was only a 4th-grade dragon technique. Compared to a 3rd-grade dragon technique, the difference was like heaven and earth. As soon as Jiang Liuxue used her mysterious green flame break, an endless amount of green flames appeared out of thin air. Then, they rapidly surrounded Meng Qiu, carrying with them a terrifying destructive power. Meng Qiu, who had transformed into a giant stone dragon, seemed to be set ablaze. Meng Qiu's giant rock power gathered around his divine dragon form. This was his strongest defensive technique. Now that he had used it, he was ready to fight Jiang Liuxue to the end. He knew that if he could kill Jiang Liuxue, he would be able to get closer to Xia Lai and become an important subordinate of the Xia clan. Therefore, he even overdrafted his body's talent. Not only that, he also crushed a pill in his mouth. This pill was known as the rock-shattering pill. After consuming it, it would completely activate the giant rock energy within a dragon warrior's body. Although there were some side effects, to Meng Qiu, as long as he could kill Jiang Liuxue, these side effects were not worth mentioning. Most importantly, he did not expect Jiang Liuxue to have cultivated a 3rd-grade dragon technique in such a short time. This was something he did not expect, and he could not defend against it. The only thing he could do now was to stake everything on one throw. However, when he consumed the rock-shattering pill, the giant rock power within his body was completely activated. When the terrifying power exploded, Jiang Liuxue suddenly retreated, not wanting to fight him head-on. The Emerald Jade Green Flame's 3rd-grade dragon technique attack landed on Meng Qiu's giant rock power barrier, but it did not shatter it. Meng Qiu was not injured at all. As a result, Jiang Liuxue retreated, and the sky mysterious Jade Fire Dragon's light body easily broke away from the battle. It even circled once in the air and quickly joined the battle on the other side. Meng Qiu had already consumed the crag-shattering pill, and the rock energy in his body surged out continuously. However, his speed was far inferior to Jiang Liuxue's. At this moment, although he had already chased after Jiang Liuxue with his fastest speed, he could only watch as Jiang Liuxue launched a sneak attack on his comrade. It was Zhang Feng, the genius of the Zhang tribe who possessed the power of spiritual fire. At this moment, Zhang Feng was dealing with Shi Yueying together with the genius of the Gu clan, Gu Taifeng, who had cultivated a body-tempering dragon-type martial technique. If Shi Yueying were to deal with any one of them, she would be able to easily obtain victory, and it would be effortless for her to even kill her opponent. But now, with the two of them joining forces, Shi Yueying felt a little uncomfortable. The 5 extreme mystic ice energy in her body was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Only then was she able to withstand the terrifying attacks of the two of them. Most importantly, Zhang Feng and Gu Taifeng both had an Earth-grade dragon weapon. This was the Dragon Prison Realm's reward for the dragon warriors who went to the northern Chill Dragon country. It was to give them suitable dragon weapons. Now, the two dragon weapons were fighting against Shi Yueying's dragon-grade dragon weapon, the Ice Spiritual Wheel. Even though the Ice Origin Spirit Wheel was a dragon-grade dragon weapon, it could not break through the blockade of two Earth-grade dragon weapons, so it could not achieve any good results. Ice will sky snow. The 5 extreme mystic ice energy in Shi Yueying's body immediately spread out in all directions, turning the surrounding area into a world of ice and snow. Moreover, endless ice and snow condensed into ice sculptures and pillars that swept toward Zhongfeng and Gu Taifeng. Lofty peak. Gu Taifeng blocked in front of Zhongfeng. His entire body emitted the strength of a mountain, and a layer of rock appeared on his body. It was actually a body-tempering dragon-type martial technique that was similar to the demonic crystal. Moreover, he had also comprehended it to the dragon-grade. Xia Lai was not without confidence when he brought the 3 of them to chase after Kong Xinmu. From the start of the battle until now, Xia Lai's group of 4 was definitely strong. If it was Kong Xinmu and the 2 girls a month ago, they would definitely be dead if they encountered such a lineup. But now, even though Kong Xinmu and the 2 girls could not easily kill their opponents, they would definitely not die in their hands. In particular, as long as either Kong Xinmu or the 2 girls had the opportunity, they would be able to break through the enemy's encirclement. For example, right now, Jiang Liuxue had left Meng Chou behind, and had suddenly joined in the battle between Shi Yueying and the other 2 people. After a furious roar, the 3rd-grade dragon martial skill of the blue jade green flame was displayed. Endless wind and snow condensed into a tornado, whistling as it swept toward Zhongfeng, who was unable to react in time. The spiritual fire in Zhongfeng's spiritual fire divine dragon instantly erupted, trying to resist the power of the blue-green blaze. However, it was to no avail. It must be known that the blue-green blaze was a grade 3 dragon-type martial technique, far surpassing all the dragon-type martial techniques that Zhongfeng had cultivated so far. Moreover, at this critical moment, Jiang Liuxue's heart was filled with enlightenment. She actually comprehended more of the grade 3 dragon-type martial technique, the blue-green blaze. A terrifying corrosive power spread out from the blue-green blaze and rapidly eroded Zhongfeng's body. Zhongfeng's body was filled with the power of the spiritual fire, but at this moment, he was actually infected by the blue-green blaze. The power that he could display was weakened by at least 30%. In this way, it was even more difficult for him to resist Jiang Liuxue's attack. Ah! Zhongfeng immediately screamed. The spiritual fire divine dragon that he had transformed into struggled unceasingly in midair. His body was still entangled by the dark green flame, like maggots in his bones. It would not let him go easily. Stop! Seeing that his companion was about to be killed, Meng Chou suddenly shouted. He was originally Jiang Liuxue's opponent, but because he did not pay attention, Jiang Liuxue slipped away and he could not catch up. As a result, Zhongfeng was instantly injured. This made Meng Chou almost unable to forgive himself. Under such pressure, his cultivation realm suddenly rose, and his entire aura changed. Originally, Meng Chou was in the 6th level of the God Martial Realm. But now, Meng Chou was unexpectedly advancing towards the 7th level of the God Martial Realm. Whether it was Shi Yueying or Jiang Liuxue, they were both at the 6th level of the God Martial Realm. If it was against Meng Chou who was at the 6th level of the God Martial Realm, Jiang Liuxue would still be able to handle him with ease. But now that Meng Chou had suddenly broken through, it would be difficult to deal with him again. Fortunately, when a dragon warrior broke through to the God Martial Realm, they could not immediately display their fighting strength after breaking through. Meng Chou needed to familiarize himself with his own strength. At that moment, Jiang Liuxue didn't even think about it. She used her jade flames to sweep up Zhongfeng's spirit fire dragon and threw it towards Meng Chou. Jiang Liuxue used the grade 3 dragon martial technique of the mysterious green flame to its fullest. Boundless green flames burned on the body of the spiritual fire dragon. At this moment, it brought Zhang Feng with it as it flew towards Meng Chou. Get lost! Meng Chou's heart was overflowing with anger. Now that he had just broken through, he could feel the surging giant rock energy in his body. This made him feel a little arrogant. He felt that even without Zhang Feng and Gu Taifeng, he could still kill Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying by himself. Chapter 40-51. He actually broke through in the middle of the battle. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue felt that it was a little tricky. Their opponent had broken through to the 8th level of the divine martial realm, which meant that he was one level higher than the two of them. The power of the giant rocks in his body would be even more tyrannical. Zhang Feng, who had been carried by the blue flame break, suddenly landed in Meng Chou's direction. However, Meng Chou violently smashed Zhang Feng down with the power of the giant rocks, causing the spiritual fire dragon that Zhang Feng had transformed into to fall to the ground below, creating a deep pit that was hundreds of meters long. Giant rock pillar. Earth-shaking rock formation. Meng Chou, who had just broken through, gathered all the energy in his body. The giant rock power transformed into two terrifying dragon martial techniques, sweeping towards Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue respectively. The terrifying energy felt like the sky had collapsed, causing the two girls to feel an unprecedented pressure. However, the two girls did not retreat at all. They immediately gathered all their strength. Blue flame break. Jiang Liuxue, who had transformed into a mysterious blue fire dragon, finally had a deeper understanding of this third-grade dragon technique under the immense pressure of Meng Chou's breakthrough. Originally, she had just cultivated it and could only use it at the human level. Now, she had finally broken through to the earth level. The blue flame break, which had reached the earth level, was like a green flame that had appeared in hell. It seemed like it was going to burn the entire sky. From where she had transformed into a mysterious blue fire dragon, waves of green flames rose continuously. The giant rocks that fell from the sky were blocked by the endless green flames. Then, they started to burn, and the giant rocks were completely melted by the green flames. On the other side, Shi Yueying raised her hand and unleashed the Ice Origin Spiritual Wheel's dragon-grade dragon weapon. Streams of 5 extremes mysterious ice energy condensed into an ice wheel that spun in mid-air. It easily cut through the huge stone pillar that rose from the ground and smashed it into the ground. These broken rocks fell to the ground and actually smashed into the body of Zhang Feng, who had transformed into a spiritual fire dragon. Zhang Feng wanted to fly up, but he was smashed back down again. Although he was not smashed to death, he was in an extremely sorry state and could not join the battle for a while. Being fooled by Meng Chou like this made Zhang Feng feel extremely displeased. He simply stopped attacking and pretended to be heavily injured. He laid on the ground motionlessly and only moved his body a little to dodge the falling boulders. Icy will sky snow. Shi Yueying saw that Kang Xinmu's side was unable to obtain victory for the time being, so she squeezed out all of her potential, causing the 5 extreme mystic ice energy in her body to completely erupt. She cursed in the form of a blizzard. Icy will Tian Shui, a grade 3 dragon martial technique. At this moment, under her full concentration, she finally broke through to the earth grade. At this moment, it turned into a blizzard, which was mixed with sharp ice wheels and an extremely cold aura. It swept towards the boulder divine dragon in an overwhelming manner. Kill. The dragon-grade dragon weapon in Shi Yueying's hand, the ice elemental spiritual wheel, turned into many ice wheels. The ice wheels filled the sky and surrounded Meng Chou's giant rock divine dragon. Even the giant rock divine dragon's defensive barrier was easily destroyed by these ice wheels. Immediately after, the giant rock divine dragon encountered Jiang Liuxue's attack. The blue Xian green flames burning heaven raging flame rolled over and completely destroyed the giant rock divine dragon's defensive barrier. Meng Chou, who had transformed into the giant rock divine dragon, could not hold on any longer. However, Zhang Feng was lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Gu Tifeng had only cultivated an outstanding body-refining dragon martial technique, which was useless in terms of defense and was even more powerless in terms of attack. At this moment, Meng Qiu was alone against the attacks of Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. However, at this moment, the two girls raised their comprehension of the Grade 3 Dragon martial technique to the Dragon grade at almost the same time. With irresistible force, they completely destroyed Meng Qiu's defense. Then, the 5 extreme mystic ice energy and the heavenly mystic jade energy attacked together. One ice, one fire. The two completely different powers almost caused Meng Qiu to collapse. Ah! Meng Qiu cried out miserably and was forced to retreat. The endless frost and ice will struck him down from the sky. He fell to the ground and created a cloud of dust. Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying did not stop. Both of their attacks roared towards Gu Tifeng. With the two of them working together, Gu Tifeng, who had switched to cultivating the body-type dragon martial technique, could not withstand their attacks at all. The defense of his divine dragon body quickly crumbled, and he fell to the ground after sustaining severe injuries. When Zhang Feng saw this, he did not dare to act rashly. He just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. On the other side, Xia Lai, who was fighting with Kang Xinmu, was a little surprised. He did not expect Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue to be able to defeat the 3 helpers he had brought. Useless. Xia Lai snorted coldly. His divine dragon eyes were filled with endless disdain and contempt. However, he was not worried. He felt that he was about to suppress Kang Xinmu and even defeat Kang Xinmu on the spot. Kill. Exploding star sparrow flames. Xia Lai let out a loud roar, and the inferno divine dragon that he had transformed into was surrounded by waves of terrifying flames. The flames flickered with starlight that was hard to see with the naked eye. Then, it exploded in an instant, as if the stars had shattered, and the endless power of flames covered the sky and covered the earth as it headed towards Jiang Shenwu. This was a 3rd-grade dragon martial technique that Xia Lai had cultivated. However, it was a much stronger 3rd-grade dragon martial technique than the one he had displayed previously. Moreover, he had cultivated it to a level that surpassed the dragon class. It was similar to Kang Xinmu's understanding of the Shadow Dragon Fang transformation. It had surpassed the dragon class but had not reached the heaven class. This made Xia Lai regard the exploding star sparrow flames as his strongest move. He was sure that Kang Xinmu would not be able to resist it if he used it now. Unfortunately, dragon weapon fusion. Seeing this, Kang Xinmu felt the power contained in his opponent's move. Without hesitation, he began to fuse with his dragon weapon. The heavenly saint's halberd transformed into a golden holy light that enveloped his pitch-black dragon body. Then, the power from the heavenly saint's halberd blossomed like a golden light, instantly blocking the exploding star sparrow flames that Xia Lai had condensed. Moreover, the devouring power suddenly swept out, devouring the opponent's exploding star sparrow flames and transforming it into the power within Kang Xinmu's body. This scene caused Xia Lai to be greatly shocked. A look of disbelief appeared in the eyes of the inferno divine dragon that he had transformed into. It's actually the fusion of dragon weapons. How is this possible? If he had cared about Kang Xinmu's performance in the clan martial competition, he should have known that Kang Xinmu was able to fuse with the dragon-grade dragon weapon. It was precisely because he had fused with the heavenly saint's halberd that he was able to defeat Meng Qiu in the clan martial competition. Chapter 40-52. Xia Lai had always wanted to achieve the fusion of the dragon weapon. He always felt that something was missing between him and the blazing inferno dragon sword, and he was unable to fuse them. If he could fuse with the dragon weapon, it would definitely bring his strength to the next level, to the point where he could defeat opponents one level higher in cultivation. Unfortunately, he was unable to fuse with the blazing Inferno Dragon Sword. Even Sacred Dragon Xia Yan had told him that there was no need to rush to fuse with the dragon weapon. He only needed to use the dragon weapon until his strength reached a certain level, and after a few years, he would naturally be able to fuse with it. But now, Xia Lai saw Kong Shinmu fuse with the heavenly sacred halberd. His eyes widened in disbelief. Kong Shinmu fused with the heavenly sacred halberd and instantly erupted with terrifying power, blocking the exploding star sparrow flame that he had just cast. Not only did it resist, but it was also quickly devoured by Kong Shinmu's devouring power, turning it into some kind of resistance force in Kong Shinmu's body. At this moment, Kong Shinmu had devoured enough fire power. His resistance to fire power had already exceeded before, and he could basically resist more than half of the fire power. His counterattack had officially begun. After fusing with the heavenly sacred halberd, the black dragon body that Kong Shinmu had transformed into was covered in a layer of golden light at all times. Extreme shadow flowing light. When the third-grade movement dragon martial skill was unleashed, Jiang Shenwu's entire divine dragon body was like a golden stream of light, sweeping through the air at an extremely fast speed, easily circling around the raging flame divine dragon that Xia Lai had transformed into twice. Then, taking advantage of the fact that Xia Lai was not paying attention, the third-grade dragon martial skill of the shadow dragon Fang instantly erupted. Go to hell. The exploding star sparrow flame was once again displayed by Xia Lai. His eyes were filled with madness. He did not believe that he would lose to Kong Shinmu. Wasn't it just the fusion of the dragon weapon? He could do it too. Holding the blazing Inferno Dragon Sword in his hand, his divine dragon body seemed to be trembling, but no matter what, he could not fuse with the blazing Inferno Dragon Sword. This made Xia Lai's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He clearly felt that he was just a little bit away. Now, facing such great pressure, facing an expert like Kong Shinmu who had fused with the dragon weapon, how could he not break through? Clearly, just a little bit more. He didn't know that if his opponent wasn't Kong Shinmu, he would have fused with the blazing fire dragon sword. However, Kong Shinmu had the black dragon's consciousness in his body. At this moment, the black dragon's consciousness spread out along with the devouring power and suppressed the internal consciousness of the blazing fire dragon sword. When the heavenly saint's halberd fused with Kong Shinmu, it was completely forced by the black dragon's consciousness. Otherwise, Kong Shinmu wouldn't have been able to fuse with the dragon weapon. But now, under the pressure of the black dragon's consciousness, the blazing fire dragon sword did not dare to fuse with Xia Lai at all. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Xia Lai would have truly fused with the Inferno Dragon Sword and achieved a historic breakthrough. But now, Xia Lai could only watch as Kong Shinmu fused with the heavenly saint's halberd. The blazing fire dragon sword trembled under the pressure of the black dragon's consciousness, and it couldn't even unleash half of its usual might. This made Kong Shinmu feel like a fish in water. In addition, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had already subdued their opponents, so Kong Shinmu didn't have anything to worry about. He focused all his attention and completely released the devouring power in his body. Exploding star scattered flame. Explode, explode, explode. Under the situation where Xia Lai was unable to fuse with the blazing fire dragon sword, he could only use the exploding star-scattered flame, a grade 3 dragon martial technique. And in the process of this crazy eruption, he really found a trace of opportunity. His exploding star-scattered flame had previously been cultivated to the dragon grade, but it had surpassed the dragon grade and was unable to reach the heaven grade. After all, if he wanted to cultivate a grade 3 dragon martial technique to the heaven grade and comprehend it, it would take at least a few years. He didn't intend to improve the exploding star-scattered flame so quickly. However, today, he had encountered an opponent like Jiang Shenwu. He had originally thought that he would be able to crush his opponent, but in the end, it seemed like he was going to lose to his opponent. This was something that Xia Lai was unable to accept. His entire person went berserk, and under this berserk state, he entered an ethereal state. This caused his comprehension of the dragon martial skill to reach a realm that he originally could not reach. "I'm about to break through." Kang Xinmu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that Xia Lai would have a breakthrough just like Meng Chou. In this battle, there were too many breakthroughs, including the two women's breakthrough in the dragon martial technique. As for Xia Lai, he was worthy of being one of the most talented sons of Xia Yan. He could actually break through in such a battle. It could be seen that if he hadn't encountered Kang Xinmu, he wouldn't have died so easily. Unfortunately, this time he encountered Kang Xinmu, and Kang Xinmu comprehended the devouring power, as well as the mysterious black dragon's consciousness in his body. Even if he breaks through the grade 3 dragon martial technique to the heaven grade, he can't be my opponent. Kang Xinmu maintained absolute calmness. His pair of black dragon eyes reflected the crazy flaming divine dragon, and a dark light appeared around his body. Dragon Martial God's Shield. The grade 2 dragon martial technique was finally displayed by Kang Xinmu. Although his opponent's exploding star scattered flame was terrifying, it was only a grade 3 dragon martial technique. Even if he broke through, he had just reached the heaven grade, so he couldn't exert its full power. At this moment, Kang Xinmu used the dragon martial God's Shield to defend himself. This was a grade 2 dragon martial technique that had just reached the human grade, and its defensive ability was extremely terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that Kang Xinmu used the devouring power to activate the dragon martial God's Shield, which was like a black hole. A gigantic pitch-black shield appeared in front of the pitch-black divine dragon that Jiang Shenwu had transformed into. It blocked the opponent's explosive star-scattered flame and completely devoured the opponent's energy, leaving not a single bit behind. Although the black shield exploded because it had absorbed too much power, Kang Xinmu himself was unharmed. Even the grade 3 dragon martial technique that had broken through to the heaven grade still couldn't do anything to Kang Xinmu. The destructive power of the dragon martial God's Shield spread out and fell on both Kang Xinmu and Xia Lai. Extreme Shadow Meteor. Kang Xinmu's figure flashed, and the 100 long black dragon instantly disappeared from the spot. It reappeared even higher in the sky, and then fiercely attacked downward. Shadow Dragon Teeth Transformation, Heavenly Sacred Halberd, Kill. The pitch-black divine dragon descended from the sky. Xia Lai was already a little flustered because of the explosion of the martial dragon God's Shield. He was trying to resist the power that had spread out. At this moment, he simply had no time to block Jiang Shenwu's attack. His flaming divine dragon's body was instantly pierced by the shadow dragon's teeth, and bright red divine dragon blood instantly splattered out. Devour. Chapter 40-53. When the devouring power eroded into Xia Lai's body, it meant that Kang Xinmu had already won this battle. Because Xia Lai had no way to kill Kang Xinmu in one blow, then no matter how serious Kang Xinmu's injuries were, he could devour Xia Lai's body to replenish his own injuries. But Xia Lai did not know this. Before he came to deal with Kang Xinmu, he did not take Kang Xinmu seriously at all because he had a dragon-level dragon weapon and a cultivation of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Naturally, he did not investigate him. So he did not know that he had fallen into a desperate situation. The flame power of his whole body suddenly burst out. Bursting star scattered flame. Xia Lai fell into a state of madness. The eyes of the flaming divine dragon were full of angry flames, and the terrifying power poured towards Kang Xinmu. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu dodged his attack with the dragon martial skill of extreme shadow flowing light at an incredible speed, and then approached the side of the flaming divine dragon. The shadow dragon tooth transformation continued to be displayed, and countless shadow dragon teeth fell like a torrential rain on the flaming divine dragon that Xia Lai had transformed into. The flame talent power constantly broke out from the surface of the flaming divine dragon and attacked the black dragon. Unfortunately, the black dragon was protected by the purple magical crystal. Even if the purple magical crystal was broken and Kang Shinmu was injured, Kang Shinmu quickly devoured the flesh and blood essence from Xia Lai's body to recover from his injuries. What's going on? The power of devouring. Xia Lai had fallen into a state of despair. No matter how slow he was, he should have understood what kind of innate talent Jiang Shenwu possessed. However, this kind of innate talent Jiang Shenwu possessed was even more powerful than he had imagined. The flaming divine dragon was entangled by the black dragon, constantly entangled in the air, and then fell to the ground. The yellow soil was burned into charcoal by the flames, but the black dragon was getting more and more energetic, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. The power of the flaming divine dragon was almost devoured, and it became weak. Stop! Stop! Xia Lai felt despair. He couldn't help but scream in fear. He knew that if this continued, he would be killed by Kang Shinmu. He had never thought that a kid at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm could kill him. However, since he dared to bring people to pursue and kill Kang Shinmu, how could Kang Shinmu let him off so easily? Since he had already offended the other party, he might as well go all out. Die! The devouring power devoured his opponent's flesh, blood, and life essence even more fiercely. Then, it was absorbed by Kang Shinmu for his own use. Xia Lai's aura was getting weaker and weaker. After the flaming divine dragon struggled on the ground for a while, it finally stopped moving. His struggle before his death was weak and powerless, because all his strength had been devoured by Kang Shinmu. This son of the sacred dragon Xia Yan had a bright future. After the war in the northern Chill Dragon country, he might have even reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Unfortunately, because he had come to cause trouble for Kang Shinmu, he had died in the wilderness. This place was deliberately found by Kang Shinmu. It was desolate and uninhabited, so it would take a long time for someone to find them. On the other side, Meng Chou, Zhang Feng, and Gu Taifeng were all trembling in fear. Even Xia Lai had been killed by Kang Shinmu. How could they still be a match for Kang Shinmu? Meng Chou and Gu Taifeng had been seriously injured by Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, had been pretending to be dead. At this moment, the spiritual fire dragon that he had transformed into suddenly soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Dragon Ice City, trying to escape from Kang Shinmu. Want to run? Extreme shadow flowing light. Without hesitation, Kang Shinmu displayed the grade 3 movement dragon martial technique. His entire black dragon body chased after the spiritual fire dragon. In just a moment, he had bitten the dragon's tail. The heavenly saint's halberd slashed down, completely ending the spiritual fire dragon's life force. It died on the spot. Seeing this, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue looked at each other and nodded. Then, they each killed Meng Chou and Gu Taifeng. The other party had originally chased after them to kill them. Now that they had lost, it was normal for them to be killed by them. Bring their corpses. Let's go. Kang Shinmu flew back. The three of them transformed into their divine dragon forms and directly dragged the 4 divine dragon corpses towards a more remote place. The best way to destroy the corpses is to devour all of them. Let's find a cave with no one around. Although Kang Shinmu had killed Xia Lai and the others, it was impossible for him to leave their corpses where they were. They had to be disposed of. Otherwise, when people saw their corpses, they would be able to guess that it was Kang Shinmu and the others who did it. Devouring could make their corpses completely disappear from the world. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue both knew the ability that Kang Shinmu possessed. Although devouring the dragon martial artists was a little cruel to them, they also knew that if they were not strong enough, they would be the ones who died now. Their ending might be even worse than being devoured. They found an ice cave in a remote ice field and dragged the 4 divine dragon corpses into it. Then, Kang Xinmu used his devouring power to completely devour their corpses. If this process had happened to Kang Xinmu when he had just awakened as a dragon martial artist, he would probably have needed 10 days to half a month to complete it. But now that he had reached the 7th tier of the divine martial realm, his devouring power had become much stronger than before. It would only take him 3 days to devour the bodies of the 4 divine dragons before him, including their dragon bones. As for Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, they stayed in the cave to accompany Kang Xinmu. After this battle, they had a deeper understanding of the 3rd-grade dragon martial technique that they had just cultivated. They needed some time to consolidate their understanding. Time passed quickly. After this battle, Kang Xinmu's grasp of the extreme shadow flowing light and his understanding of the martial dragon shield had reached another level. It was conceivable that if he trained on the battlefield of the dragon martial artists, as long as he could survive, his strength would soar at an extremely fast speed. There seems to be someone outside. 3 days later, the 4 divine dragon corpses that originally filled the entire cave were finally completely devoured. At this moment, the 3 of them were resting in the cave and getting ready to set off. In the end, they heard some rapid footsteps coming from outside the cave, as if someone was passing by. This made the 3 of them instantly alert. "I'll go out and take a look. Unless I call for you, don't come out." Kang Xinmu solemnly instructed the 2 women, then quietly moved towards the entrance of the cave. After all, this place was the border between the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty and the Northern Chill Dragon country. If there was a dragon martial artist of the Northern Chill Dragon country outside, and there was a Nirvana tribulation existence, they would definitely be in danger if they appeared rashly. Chapter 40-54. When Kang Xinmu arrived at the entrance of the cave, he saw a group of people passing by the hidden entrance. They did not notice the ice cave that could be seen everywhere. He glanced at them and saw that they were all wearing ice blue robes. Each of them should be a dragon warrior. They are all dragon warriors from the Northern Chill Dragon country, but I can't tell how strong they are. There are 4 of them. Kang Xinmu narrowed his eyes. Among the 4 people, there were 2 middle-aged men, a young man, and a young girl. The 4 of them did not say anything to each other. They just quickly passed by the ice cave, as if they were here on a mission. He just didn't know what they were here for. Kang Xinmu did not think too much about it and quickly returned to the ice cave. Once the 4 of them were far away, he brought Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue out of the ice cave, heading in the opposite direction. Kang Xinmu planned to go far away and hunt the dragon warriors from the Northern Chill Dragon country. No matter what level of dragon warrior he killed, it would be considered a great contribution to the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty and he would be rewarded. For this battle, it was said that the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty had come up with a plan. According to the level of the Northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors killed, each dragon warrior would receive a different amount of war points. Then, they could use the war points to exchange for some dragon martial techniques and the like. However, Jiang Xinwu's group of 3 hadn't gone far when they suddenly sensed a wave of terrifying energy fluctuations erupting from behind them. Instantly turning around to look, they saw 7 or 8 divine dragons had appeared in the distant sky, and they were fighting with each other. "It's the 4 dragon warriors from the Northern Chill Dragon country." Jiang Xinwu narrowed his eyes and took a look. He realized that the 4 dragon martialists from the Northern Chill Dragon country were fighting against the Flame Dragon Empire's dragon martialists. They must have been discovered halfway and had no choice but to participate in the battle. 3 dragon warriors from the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty against 4 dragon warriors from the Northern Chill Dragon country. Both sides were completely evenly matched. They're all Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon martial artists. What should we do? Should we go over and help? Shi Yueying glanced at it and asked Kang Xinmu with some hesitation. After all, a Nirvana Tribulation Stage Dragon Warrior was not so easy to deal with. If something unexpected happened, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. After all, none of the 7 Dragon Warriors fighting in front of him were existences that had just stepped into the Nirvana Tribulation Stage. Even the 2 young dragon martial artists from the northern Chill Dragon country were at the 3rd and 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. The other 2 middle-aged men were even stronger after transforming into divine dragons. They were both at the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. As for the 3 dragon warriors of the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty, they were also at the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and their strength seemed to be about the same. To Kang Xinmu, even dealing with the weakest opponent at the 3rd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm would be difficult, let alone dealing with others. But now that they are in the middle of a fierce battle, maybe our participation will be the last straw that crushes them. Let's go, we can't miss this opportunity. Kang Xinmu said in a low voice and decided to step forward to participate in the battle. After all, to them, this battle was not too difficult. They only needed to restrain the other party, and they did not need to face the 4 dragon warriors of the northern Chill Dragon country head-on. If they could learn anything from this battle, it would be beneficial to them. As for the war points that they would get after killing the 4 dragon warriors of the northern Chill Dragon country, Kang Xinmu did not particularly need them. Even if he did not have them, it did not matter. In any case, he was only here to hone his combat skills. However, to Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, this battle was full of difficulties. At least Kang Xinmu could fight against opponents who were close to the Nirvana Tribulation realm and had reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial realm. Even the 1st and 2nd levels of the Nirvana Tribulation realm were no match for Kang Xinmu. But to the 2 girls, their current cultivation level was a whole level lower than that of the dragon warriors of the northern Chill Dragon country. Since you want to go, let's go together. Jiang Liuxue nodded slowly. She also knew that in this battle, she only needed to restrain the other party. Generally speaking, there would not be any great danger, so she nodded in agreement. Then let's go. Jiang Shenwu nodded and took the lead to transform into a pitch-black divine dragon, flying towards the battlefield. The 3 Flame Dragon Emperor Dynasty experts who happened to encounter the 4 dragon warriors of the northern Chill Dragon country were a middle-aged woman and 2 middle-aged men. They wanted to enter the northern Chill Dragon country from a remote place to search for opportunities on the battlefield. They did not expect to encounter sneaky opponents in the Flame Dragon Emperor dynasty. They were all experts in the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and all of them had inherited the heavenly dragon blood. If they had inherited the true dragon or the mortal dragon, even a 6th level Nirvana Tribulation realm expert would not dare to fight against a 3rd level Nirvana Tribulation realm heavenly dragon inheritor. Halfway through the battle, the 2 sides exchanged blows. Although their overall strength was stronger, the other side had 4 people. Added together, they still had a slight advantage over the 3 of them. This made their faces a little gloomy. There was a hint of hesitation in the eyes of the 3-headed divine dragon that he had transformed into. Even if they alone wanted to kill the 4 invading opponents, they would have to pay a great price. But if they asked for help, they would have to give a portion of the war points they obtained to others, which was not worth it for them. The main reason was that the Flame Dragon Emperor had recently released a list of exchange for war points. If they killed the 4 Nirvana Tribulation realm experts of the northern Chill Dragon country, each of them would obtain enough war points to exchange for at least 1 Earth-level dragon weapon. Killing 7 or 8 such opponents would be enough to exchange for a dragon-level dragon weapon. This was an extremely rare opportunity. In the Demon Hunters Union, dragon weapons were much harder to obtain than dragon techniques. The points needed were at least several times more. Even Nirvana Tribulation Realm Dragon Warriors with Sky Dragon Inheritance would need to spend a long time to obtain the Demon Hunter points needed to exchange for dragon-level dragon weapons. Most importantly, dragon-level dragon weapons were extremely rare. Every time they exchanged for them, they would have to compete with others. Only the highest bidder would be able to get it. It was not like dragon-level dragon techniques, which could be exchanged whenever they wanted. Therefore, all of them attached great importance to the war points this time. At this moment, they saw Kong Shinmu and the other two flying over from afar. The black dragon in the lead was followed by a sky mystic jade fire dragon and a 5 ice dragon. The 3 divine dragons were only at the divine martial arts realm. The 3 dragon warriors of the Flame Dragon Emperor's court revealed a hint of nervousness and seriousness in their eyes. Although they were only 3 divine martial arts realm dragon warriors, if they were from the northern Chill Dragon country, it would not be good news for them. They might gradually fall into a disadvantageous position if they were to attack from the side. But if they were from their side, then, he would start a new book, Heaven Swallowing Chronicles, activity. He opened WeChat and clicked on Add Friends. Then, he clicked on Public to search for Feng Qingyang and clicked on Follow. By the 10th of July, which was the day after tomorrow, the number of new posts had reached 1,000. On the 10th, 5 chapters were released, 6 chapters were released at 1,500, and 7 chapters were released at 2,000. Chapter 40-55. The 3 dragon martialists from the Yen Dragon Emperor Empire exchanged glances and saw through each other's thoughts. There was a hint of cunning in their eyes. At this moment, they had already come up with different plans to deal with the 2 situations. When Kong Shinmu's group of 3 flew over, they immediately launched an attack on the man and woman from the northern Chill Dragon country. The heavenly sacred halberd condensed into countless golden halberds that swept towards the ice divine dragon that the young girl had transformed into. At the same time, Shi Yueying's ice origin spiritual wheel also condensed into countless ice wheels that shot towards the enemy. The 4 dragon martialists from the northern Chill Dragon country were already on guard when they saw them coming. At this moment, the ice divine dragon that the young man had transformed into suddenly swung its tail and a terrifying ice force condensed into ice arrows that swept towards Kong Shinmu and the others like a torrential rain. Martial Dragon Shield. Kong Shinmu used his devouring power to condense the Martial Dragon Shield and flew into the sky to block the blizzard ice arrows. The next moment, the blizzard ice arrows landed on the Martial Dragon Shield, but the pitch-black shield blocked them all. Moreover, Kong Shinmu had also devoured some of the power of the blizzard ice arrows, allowing his resistance to the ice force to reach a higher level for a short period of time. The other party had only attacked casually, and he had thought that he could easily kill the 3 divine martial realm kids. He hadn't expected that the leading black dragon would be able to block it. This caused the young man from the northern Chill Dragon country to reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. However, he didn't have time to deal with Kong Shinmu and the others. His and that young female dragon martialist's opponent was a middle-aged male dragon martialist from the Fire Dragon Empire. At this moment, seeing that the youth was distracted, the ice divine dragon martialist that the middle-aged man had transformed into surged with cold chi and turned into a terrifying cold current that surged towards the 2 ice divine dragons. The 3 dragon warriors from Dragon Emperor Yan's court were all ice elemental mystical dragon blood essence inheritances. It seemed like they were dragon warriors from Dragon Ice City. Otherwise, it was rare for them to all be ice elemental. Only the coiling dragon pillars in Dragon Ice City would contain the inheritance blood essence of the ice attribute divine dragons. The middle-aged man's move forced the man and woman to focus on dealing with it. They had no time to pay attention to Kong Shinmu and the other 2. The attack launched by the 3 of them just now was blocked by the ice shield wall that the female dragon warrior had casually condensed. After all, she was at the 3rd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and her strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. She could easily block the attack of Kong Shinmu and the others. At most, Kong Shinmu and the others could only restrain them from the sidelines. The other one. Seeing this, Kang Shinmu immediately changed his mind. His entire body shone with a golden light, and his devouring power continuously condensed into shadow dragon teeth, which swept towards the other northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warrior. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue separated from him and kept choosing their own targets to restrain the other 4 northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors. Although the 3 of them were not strong, under their control, their opponents still had to raise a portion of their attention to deal with their attacks. Otherwise, when their attacks landed on their opponents' bodies, they would still be injured. After all, these 4 northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors had never cultivated body-tempering dragon martial techniques. If they did not use defensive dragon martial techniques to block, their divine dragon bodies would still be relatively weak. This was another benefit of Kang Shinmu's cultivation of body-tempering dragon martial techniques. If he encountered attacks from weaker dragon warriors, he could completely ignore them, and they would not be able to harm Kang Shinmu at all. Now, the 4 northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors were constantly being harassed by Kang Shinmu and the others. In the battle against the Yen Dragon Emperor and the others, the 4 northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors were constantly at a disadvantage. They looked at each other and knew that they could not continue. At the moment, the only thing they could do was to retreat. Unfortunately, just as they were about to retreat, the 3 Yen Dragon Emperor's dragon warriors suddenly burst out with a stronger battle power. It was obvious that they had hidden their strength in the previous battle. Now that they had burst out in one go, the 4 northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors were a little surprised. However, it was obvious that they had hidden their strength as well. Now that they had burst out with their own strength, they prepared to retreat in 3 different directions. At this time, Kang Shinmu and the others could only retreat to the side because the other party's strength was too strong. Moreover, they wanted to retreat. If they tried to stop them, they would definitely be attacked by the other party with all their strength. At that time, only death would await them. In this battle, with Kang Shinmu and the others' harassment, the Yen Dragon Emperor's dragon warriors had won. However, the problem was that they did not capture or kill any of the other party's dragon warriors. Such a victory was meaningless. They're retreating with all their strength. Let's chase after one of them together. The 3 dragon martialists from the Fire Dragon Empire exchanged glances and chased after the young man and young lady from the northern Chill Dragon country. The 2 of them had the weakest cultivation, so it was easier for them to kill them. However, just as they were about to chase after them, they found that one of the northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors flew over and blocked their way. The Ice Divine Dragon warrior's body burst out with cold air. Dragon soul-chilling light. The middle-aged dragon warrior used a grade 2 dragon martial skill. Moreover, it was a terrifying move that had been comprehended to the heaven tier. Immediately, cold air burst out, blocking all of them behind him. Then, that guy turned around and flew away. In a situation where their strength was equal, it was extremely difficult for either side to kill the other party. Unfortunately, Kang Shinmu could not help at the moment. He could only choose to restrain them from the side. It was already very difficult for them to guarantee their own safety and effectively restrain them. It was basically impossible for them to help stop the other party who wanted to escape. Humph, they got away. The Yen Dragon Emperor did not chase after the 3 dragon warriors. If they let them escape, they could not chase after them anymore. If there were more northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warriors hiding ahead, they would be like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth if they chased after them. In any case, they did not have any reinforcements on their side. After all, they had gone in a more remote direction. Strange, this black dragon looks a little familiar. At this moment, the middle-aged woman among the 3 Yen Dragon Emperor's dragon warriors returned to her human form. She carefully looked at Kang Shinmu in the sky and slightly frowned. After she transformed into her human form, Kang Shinmu also felt that she looked a little familiar. She looks a little like Wei Binghai. Kang Xinmu frowned slightly. He thought of Wei Binghai and suppressed his intention to greet the three people. If the three people below were people from the Wei clan, there was simply no need for Jiang Xinwu to befriend them. There was even a very high possibility that he would be killed by them in secret. Such a risk was not something that he could take. This time, they had failed to kill the Northern Chill Dragon Country's dragon warriors. It was time for them to go their separate ways. However, just as Kang Xinmu was about to fly away with the two women, he saw the three dragon warriors, led by the middle-aged woman, suddenly fly up and chase after them. "Let's go." Kang Xinmu's face darkened. He immediately sped up with the two women. Next, he started a new book, Heaven Swallowing Chronicles, activity. He opened WeChat and clicked on Add Friends. He clicked on Public to search for Feng Qingyang and clicked on Follow. By the 10th of July, which was the day after tomorrow, the number of new readers had reached 1,000. On the 10th, there were 5 chapters, on the 15th, 6 chapters, and 7 chapters above 2,000. Chapter 40-56. With the two girls in tow, Kang Xinmu quickly flew towards the border between the Northern Chill Dragon Country and the Yen Dragon Emperor. However, he did not follow the 4 people from the Northern Chill Dragon Country. Instead, he chose another direction. "I'm afraid those 3 people are really from the Wei clan," Kang Xinmu said calmly with a grave look in his eyes. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and flew away with the 2 women at an extremely fast speed. The other party would not be able to catch up to them in a short period of time. However, when he turned his head, he could still see the 3 ice divine dragons flying towards him from afar. "Let's go to the Northern Chill Dragon Country's border." Kang Xinmu continued forward with the 2 girls in tow. "Will we really be fine?" Shi Yueying was slightly worried. Although the 2 countries were at war and it was dangerous to get close to the border, it was obviously more dangerous to go to the other party's territory. "It's fine. Even if we don't go, we will still encounter the dragon warriors of the Northern Chill Dragon Country." Kang Xinmu narrowed his eyes and said, "The main thing is that I don't want to let those 3 people from the Wei clan get away so easily. Once we reach the Northern Chill Dragon Country, we will definitely deal with them." Soon, the 3 divine dragons flew towards the Northern Chill Dragon Country's border. As they were flying above the clouds, it would not be easy for them to be exposed if they did not encounter other people flying at high altitudes. However, the temperature at high altitudes was very low, so there were countless ice crystals in the clouds below. There were also ice crystals in the air. If they flew above the clouds, the ice crystals that constantly flew towards them could scratch them. Of course, Kang Xinmu was not afraid of such ice crystals. This was the benefit of cultivating the dragon martial arts technique. As for Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying, they could only use their talent power to form a defensive barrier in front of them. Otherwise, the ice crystals could easily injure them while they were flying at high speed. "They are faster than us. Let's go down and find a place to hide." After saying this, Kang Xinmu glanced at the situation behind him. The clouds were covered in ice crystals and water vapor. He really couldn't see the other party's figure. However, based on the flow of the air in the clouds and the faint sound of the airflow coming from the distance, Kang Xinmu was sure that the other party hadn't given up. "Let's go." Soon, Kang Xinmu sensed that the other party seemed to be very close, and without hesitation, he took the 2 women and flew below the clouds. Sky Saint Halberd, break! The golden halberd swept out and blasted away all the shattered ice in the clouds. Then, the 3 divine dragons charged down from above the clouds. What greeted them was a desolate scene of glaciers. The glaciers rose and fell, and there were countless mountains that were covered in ice and snow. There were also several ice lakes that appeared on the glaciers below. After some thought, Kang Xinmu transformed into his human form with the two women and hid in this glacial mountain range. He found a valley passageway and quickly carved out a cave. After hiding in it, he used a block of ice to block it. This glacier is also a part of the Arctic Snow Mountain, but it is closer to the west. There should be more dragon martialists in the northern Chill Dragon Country than in Dragon Ice City. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. After hiding, he didn't move. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue followed him. They were a little puzzled by Kang Xinmu's actions and didn't know what he was going to do. Kang Xinmu, what should we do next? Jiang Liuxue lowered her voice and asked Kang Xinmu. When they catch up and search here, they will definitely be discovered by the Northern Chill Dragon Country's dragon martialists. When they start fighting, we will reap the benefits. Kang Xinmu gave a simple explanation. Will they really come down here to search for us? Shi Yueying was a little uncertain. If they don't come down, won't we be trapped here? Once we leave this ice cave, we might be discovered by the Northern Chill Dragon Country's dragon martialists. Trust me, they will definitely catch up because they have been chasing us for so long. Kang Xinmu said with certainty, after all, we have 2 dragon-grade dragon weapons on us. These dragon-grade dragon weapons are very precious even to Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon martialists. Not every dragon martialist can have one. Just the attraction of 2 dragon-grade dragon weapons was worth the risk. However, the other party didn't know that Kang Xinmu had come down to hide and hadn't flown far away. When they came down from this glacier, they might have already attracted the attention of some of the Northern Chill Dragon Country's dragon martialists. However, as soon as they came down, they immediately changed their location. They dug a hole in the ice and hid in it. They even erased their tracks along the way. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to find them. After all, there were too many similar valleys in this glacier. Kang Xinmu and the others began to rest in the ice cave. Just as he had expected, they soon heard the sounds of fighting coming from the ice in the distance. The ice fragments in the ice cave they were hiding in trembled slightly. It was obvious that they had been shaken by the power coming from afar. It seems like someone is fighting. Shi Yueying opened her eyes and saw that the ice fragments on the ground were trembling slightly. She lowered her voice and said with some excitement. Kang Xinmu's guess was right. The 3 fellows from the Wei clan must have caught up to them. Furthermore, they had to deal with their opponents quickly within the Northern Chill Dragon Country's territory. Otherwise, more and more Northern Chill Dragon Country's dragon martialists would gather here. At that time, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. There's no rush. Let's rest for a while before we go out. They had just killed Xia Lai and the others and fought a great battle. Although they had rested for a while, the 2 girls were still a little tired. It didn't matter to Kang Xinmu, but if the 2 girls were too tired, Kang Xinmu's fighting strength would be greatly reduced. They waited quietly in the ice cave in the valley. The sounds of battle in the distance grew louder and louder, then louder and louder, and seemed to change locations. For a period of time, there were sounds of battle coming from several directions. Shi Yueying guessed that the 3 fellows who had chased after them had been separated. In this place, they could only fight on their own. They must have encountered quite a few troublesome opponents. If they still couldn't find them, the 3 fellows would have to consider retreating. After all, they couldn't keep fighting like this. It was very easy for them to be surrounded by the Northern Chill Dragon Country's dragon martialists. If they couldn't escape, they would lose their lives here. When they want to leave, it's time for us to make our move. Kang Xinmu made up his mind. He wouldn't let the 3 fellows return alive. Therefore, if they wanted to escape, he definitely wouldn't let them escape so easily. What should we do? Jiang Liuxue was a little hesitant. After all, in her opinion, the 3 of them were far inferior to a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert. It would be too difficult to stop them from escaping. However, Kang Xinmu was already prepared. He took out an exquisite token made of ice. Yesterday, on the 8th, there were 810 new people. There were only slightly more than 100 chapters left before tomorrow's release of 5 chapters. There's still 1 day left. Everyone, hurry up and pay attention. I still hope to get to 2,000 chapters and release 7 chapters of Heaven Swallowing Chronicles. Lunatic is almost ready for the release of chapters. Let's see if everyone is willing. For such an event, Lunatic is also full of passion. He opened WeChat and clicked on Add Friends. He clicked on Public to search for Feng Qingyang and clicked on Follow. As of 12:00 tonight, the number of new people had reached 1,000. On the 10th, 5 chapters were released, 1,500 chapters were released, and above 2,000 chapters were released, 7 chapters were released. In addition, Lunatic could check the data of the new followers on the public account. On the 10th, he would send a screenshot of the data to the public account. Heaven and earth could be his witness.